What is up, party people? My name is Daryl Wilson. Today in this video, I'll be showing you all how to build a website step by step with WordPress and Elementor. I'm really excited to show you guys how to build this website. Now, this is an in-depth tutorial that teaches you the fundamentals of how to use WordPress and Elementor, so both beginners and all WordPress users can create professional looking websites that look great, that you can fully customize. And the popularity of WordPress is growing. WordPress now controls 45% of the entire internet, powering more than 800 billion websites worldwide. Elementor is the world's leading drag and drop page builder for WordPress. Elementor now powers more than 13 million websites worldwide because it's super easy to use and completely drag and drop. So after learning how to use Elementor, you can pretty much make any type of website you want with WordPress. Elementor works by simply adding in elements. These elements are fully customizable, where you can then drag and drop these elements and adjust the size or color. You can then add in your own background by using colors, gradients, or upload your own image. You can get started by working from scratch or even import a pre-made template. It's by far one of the easiest page builders to use and doesn't require any knowledge of coding whatsoever. We will also make sure your website is fast and fully optimized for all devices. I'll show you how to optimize it for desktop, tablet devices, and on mobile devices. We'll also make sure your website looks professional and modern. When I first got started using WordPress, I thought all my websites looked amazing, and then when I showed someone for feedback, they told me the website needed a lot of work. And it turns out I needed a lot of work as far as design. So I'll make sure that you guys walk away today with a really professional looking WordPress website. We also offer more than 200 different template kits that you can easily import to make you and your business look really professional. Now, we are going to make this website using free tools. We'll be using WordPress and a free page builder called Elementor. Now, we have created this video for both free and pro users. So in the first part of the video, I'll be showing you all how to build a website with the free version of Elementor. I'll first be showing you all the features within the free version. This includes the new Elementor Flexbox. This new feature allows you to really push the limits of web design by inserting elements into any column type that you want that you can fully design. So we're going to build your entire website using the free version of Elementor. Then I'll be showing you all the features in the Pro version for those of you who decide to upgrade. In Elementor Pro, you'll have access to the theme builder. The theme builder allows you to create custom headers, custom footers, and custom 404 pages that you can completely design yourself from the ground up. So sit back and relax and let me show you guys the website that we're going to make today in this video. Here is the website I'll be showing you how to make today in this video. The website we're going to make today looks stunning. We built this template from the ground up to make sure that it's unique and multi-purpose for any type of websites. And as an added bonus, you will also get this entire layout for free just for watching our tutorial. And as you guys can tell, it's a great looking website with modern designs, and this will really help give you a boost to have a professional looking website. So after we create your website with the free version of Elementor, I'll then be showing you all of the pro features of Elementor for those of you who decide to upgrade. The Pro version of Elementor gives you tons of features. I'll first show you how to use the Elementor theme builder. The theme builder allows you to create custom headers, custom footers, and custom 404 pages using the page builder. I'll also show you how to create pop-ups. With pop-ups, you can create pop-ups using the page builder and also integrate your email provider to collect emails. You can also use the new Elementor Mega Menu Builder to create mega menus on your website. You can also add in page transitions and even a preloader with your logo on it. There's tons of really cool features in Elementor Pro, so I'll cover all the options just to make sure you're not left in the dark and you'll know how to fully utilize all features in the Pro version. You know guys, off the script and everything, this has been one of the largest WordPress tutorials I've ever created here on YouTube. Me and my team, we spent a few weeks making these templates to make sure that they're very multi-purpose, so everyone watching this video can use it to make their websites. We also created an outline that's step-by-step and really easy to follow from beginning to end, so I really do hope you guys enjoy this WordPress tutorial. Now, if you guys feel like I'm going too fast or too slow, there is a gear icon at the bottom right of the screen that you guys can use to speed up or slow down the video. We also have timestamps in the description of this video, so if you guys want to jump to a specific part of this tutorial, you guys can use those timestamps in the description. And with that said, let's go ahead and get started and create your website with WordPress and Elementor. Now we're going to build your website in 6 simple steps. In step 1, I'll show you how to get your domain and hosting. A domain is the web address for your website, like mycoolwebsite.com, and web hosting will host your website online 24 hours a day. In step 2, we will design the website. I'll show you how to design the website using the free drag and drop page builder, Elementor. I'll show you how to create your landing page, add sections, upload your images, and learn how to use the new Flexbox container. In section 3, the theme customizer. The theme customizer allows you to decorate and design the header and the footer of your website. You can also add in cool options like a website border or a scroll to top button. In section 4, mobile optimization. We are going to make sure that your mobile visitors have a good experience on your website. We are going to fully optimize your WordPress website for desktop users, tablet users, and all mobile users. In section 5, the Pro version. Elementor Pro offers really cool features, and I'll walk you through how to use all of them in this section of the video. In section 6, free plugins and templates. There's a variety of free add-ons and plugins you can use to extend the functionality of your website. We will also introduce you all to more than 200 Elementor template kits that you can use to boost your website's creativity and make your website. These template kits can easily be imported with one click, and the entire website will propagate automatically. Are you guys ready? Let's first go to section 1. Now there is a link in the description of this video. It'll take you to a page to purchase web hosting. Okay, and this is Hostinger.com. Now Hostinger.com is one of the most affordable and also fastest web hosting providers available. Now if you guys want to change the language of this website, you guys can actually click on the language tab right here and you can select your specific language. So if you speak Spanish, you can change it to Spanish or Portuguese or any language that you guys choose. So go ahead and select your language. Now, once you guys are here, we're gonna go ahead and pick a hosting package. Now, one thing I also do want to say is that this page changes quite often. In fact, they probably change it once a month. So if the interface looks different, don't worry, don't panic. This happens quite often. But you'll go over here under web hosting, and then you'll click on web hosting. Now, we're gonna go ahead and scroll down right here, and we're gonna see some hosting packages. We have the single, the premium, and we have the business web. Now, I would personally recommend going with the premium web hosting because this has the best value. You can host 100 websites, it has a lot of storage, and it allows tons of monthly visitors. This one right here, I would not recommend because you can only host one website. However, for those of you who want to upgrade to the business web where it gives you a little bit more performance and it allows more visitors, you guys can also do that as well. But I'm gonna go ahead and select the premium web hosting. So right here, go ahead and click on add to cart. All right, and once you guys do that, we're gonna go ahead and scroll down right here and you're gonna see different pricing options. Now this is referring to how long do you want to host with Hostinger. So we have 1 month, 12 months, 24 months, and then we also have 48 months. Now in my personal opinion, I would always go with the higher plan because this is going to renew at a higher cost later. So you wanna lock in that price while you have the opportunity. I'm also gonna give you guys a discount code where you can save even more money for your web hosting. But just to get started out, I'll go ahead and select 12 months and we're gonna scroll down right here. Now you're gonna go ahead and create your account. So right here, you're gonna put your email address. And after you do that, we have the payment method. So you can pay with credit card, PayPal, Google Pay, cryptocurrency, and also Alipay. Now here it's asking if you have a coupon code, and I do. So right here under have a coupon code, if you guys enter the coupon code Daryl and press apply, you guys will save 77% on your entire purchase. So for a year of hosting, all you're gonna pay is around 30 bucks, which is great value because Hostinger is very affordable, yet it's also very fast. Go ahead and put in the coupon code Daryl. And once you guys do that, you guys will go ahead and select your method of payment. So if you want to pay with a credit card, you'll put in the name, the credit card, and so on and so forth. Or for those of you who want to use PayPal or another payment, you guys can go ahead and select the payment method right here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and purchase a hosting package, and I'll meet you guys on the very next page. All right, great. And once you guys create an account, it'll then prompt you to their setup wizard. So right here, I'm gonna go ahead and click on Start Now. And here they're asking some basic questions. So they're asking, who are you making your website for? I'm gonna put, I'm creating it for myself. Now they're saying, who is creating the website? Well, I'm gonna click on, I'm building it myself. What type of website do you want to build? Well, I'm just gonna put a business website. Here they're saying, do you need help building your websites? I'm gonna click on no thanks. Now you guys can actually skip this by clicking on these skip and create an empty websites. So right here, it'll say create a new website. We'll click on select. And now they're asking what kind of website? And we're gonna select WordPress. WordPress is the most popular CMS on the internet, and it actually powers 46% of the entire internet. So right here, we're gonna select WordPress. And now we're gonna enter in an email and then an administrative password. Now make sure you guys write this down because these are the login credentials that you guys will need to use in order to log in to your website. So go ahead and enter your password and then click on continue. Now it's basically asking you if you want to add in plugins to your website. We can do all of this later. So for now, we're gonna go ahead and click on skip. I will manage plugins later. Next, they're asking us for a theme. However, we can do all of this from the back end and skip this. So click on skip. I don't need a template. Now we're gonna go ahead and select a free domain name. So right here, I'll click on select. Next, we're going to enter in our desired domain name. So go ahead and enter in the website that you would like to choose. So for example, mycoolwebsite.com or whatever it is the name of your business. You're gonna go ahead and put that domain name right here. So I put in darylguide.com. And then I'll click on search and see if this is available. All right, the domain's available. So just make sure that your domain is available. And once that's done, you'll click on continue. Next, I'll go ahead and click on finish setup. Now it's going to propagate and build your website to make sure that you can build your own WordPress website. Now it's going to ask you a few questions. And these questions are important because it'll actually pick a server that's closer to your location so your website's even faster. So for country, I'm going to go ahead and select United States. Next, you'll put if this is a personal or a company. I'm just going to leave mine as personal and then click on next step. Now it's going to ask you to put in some contact details. Now these are actually required for ICANN policies. Basically, whenever you register a domain, the ICANN registration wants to know whose domain this is, just in case later if you want to sell it or if you want to give it to another company. This is where the contact information comes into play. So I'm gonna go ahead and put in my information here. All right, and once you guys enter your contact details, you'll then scroll down and click on Finish Registration. All right, so just give this part maybe about a minute and it's going to propagate your new website. All right, cool. So your website is now officially online. Now, before we edit our website, I do want to introduce you all to the control panel. So before we go to edit website, let's click on Manage Sites. And this is going to take you to your new cPanel. And this is where you can adjust your server settings and any settings that you want for your web hosting. All right, cool. So this is your actual Hostinger dashboard. And this is where you can get more information about all of your websites. So we can see that this is our dashboard. We have our hosting package, our domain. And if you want to take a look at some of the information right here, you'll click on WordPress and you can click on dashboard. So here are just some general options that you guys can apply to your WordPress websites. What I want you guys to do here is actually install the SSL. The SSL is this little green padlock that you see whenever you visit a website. Right now our website is not secure, so we don't have a padlock. So I want you guys to install one on your website. And don't worry, it's completely free. To do that, we're gonna go ahead and scroll down right here. And here where it says SSL certificates, I want to install the SSL certificates. So go ahead and click on install. Here it's asking us which domain. I want to select my new domain that I entered and then click on install SSL. Now Hostinger is going to automatically install the SSL on our websites. So let's click on close. All right, great. So right now our SSL is installing on our website to make sure our website is fully secured. Now here at the top, on the right side, whenever you guys want to log into your WordPress websites, where it says edit website, you'll just go ahead and click on edit websites. And this is going to log you in to your new websites. So go ahead and click on edit website. All right, and congratulations, this is your new website. Now, right now it's taking us to build a post, but what I want you guys to do is go ahead and close this and then click on the W icon here at the top left. And then right here at the top left, go ahead and click on dashboard. Now this is your current WordPress dashboard, and this is where you guys can adjust all these settings and where you can configure everything about your WordPress website. Now if you want to see what your website looks like right now on the internet, here at the top left, you'll click on visit sites. And this is your new WordPress website. I know it's a little bland, a little boring. You know, it's using a default theme, but not to worry. We're gonna make this website look fantastic. Now let's go ahead and log back into our website. Now, if this black bar disappeared on you, all you have to do is click on refresh, and then this black bar will basically let you log back into your website. So right here, I'll click on dashboard. That bar actually did not show up. All you have to do here is just type in -wp-admin, and that actually logs you right back to your WordPress websites. And from here, we can edit and build the websites. Now, before we go on any further, we also need to confirm our information with Hostinger, and we also need to verify our domain. So whatever email that you guys use to sign up, go ahead and check that email. All right, great. So once you guys log into your email, you're gonna see some emails from Hostinger. So here, it's gonna ask us to verify our email address. So first, let's go ahead and verify our Hostinger account. So I'm gonna click on verify email address, and then I'll click on verify email. And fantastic, we have successfully now verified our Hostinger account. So let's go back over here to our email. And now we need to verify our domain name. Now this is required for all domains, no matter where you host, because this is required for ICANN policy. So right here where it says verify your contact information, go ahead and click on this email from Hostinger, and then all you have to do is click on this link right here. And then it should take you to an email verified, and it has successfully verified your domain name. Now this is very important because if you do not verify your domain within 7 days, they will suspend the domain. So just make sure that you guys click on this link. It's very important. So let's go back to our WordPress website. All right, cool. So now that you guys got web hosting, we're now ready to go to the next section. So in this part of the video, I'll show you guys how to adjust these general settings. I'll introduce you guys to the page builder and just some of the general options with WordPress. You guys ready? Let's get started. All right, and as you guys can tell, our SSL is now fully installed. So it just takes a few minutes. And if we visit our sites, you can see that our SSL is fully secured. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to our dashboard. Now, before we go on any further, let's go ahead and adjust some of the general settings. Over here, you're gonna see settings and you're gonna see general. Go ahead and click on general. And from here, we can go ahead and adjust some of the general settings for your WordPress website. You guys can also change things like the site language, the time zone, the date format as well. Now, if you guys ever wanna change your email to log in, this is where you're going to change the email. So you'll go ahead and input any email that you want. You'll go ahead and confirm it. And this will be the new email that you guys will use to log into WordPress. Once you guys make those changes, you'll scroll down and click on Save Changes. The next one is the permalinks. Right here, you'll click on permalinks. Now this is actually very important and most people overlook this, but for the permalink structure, you always want to set this to post name. Now the reason why you do this is because you want it to say your website, you know, /about us or /contact us, not a bunch of this numbers that don't really make any sense, like the dates and stuff like that. So go ahead and select post name and scroll down and click on Save Changes. All right, party people, now let's go ahead and change the theme for our website. As you guys notice, if we go over here to visit sites, our site looks pretty dull and boring, you know, and it looks like that because it's using a default WordPress theme. So let's go ahead and change our WordPress theme. Let's go back to dashboard, and over here, you'll see appearance, and let's click on themes. And at the top left right here, you'll see add new. Click on add new. Now, before I show you guys these themes, let's first talk about what are themes and how they affect your website. First, let's talk about what is a WordPress theme. Every website you make with WordPress requires a specific WordPress theme. Without getting too techy, a WordPress theme is a general style and layout of your current website. Each WordPress theme has different options in the theme customizer. The options can range from a header and a footer builder, different blog post layouts, controlling the width of your website like a blocks or a full width, or specific e-commerce features like product layouts or different shop page layouts. A WordPress theme generally controls the layout and style of your current WordPress website. A WordPress theme does not build the website itself, but it's more of an outside shell for the page builders and a starting point to build your WordPress website. Feel free to check out many of the WordPress themes to find a style that fits for you and your WordPress website. You guys got that? So a theme is pretty much an outside shell of your website. It controls like the header, the footer, and other various parts of your websites. However, if you look at these demos right here, the page builder is doing a majority of the work. So when you're building your websites, a majority of the work is going to be done using the page builder Elementor, and then the other parts will be affecting either like the header, the footer, blog layouts, or shop pages if you guys are using an e-commerce websites. Now over here under search themes, I want you guys to find the Blocksy theme. Blocksy is a great WordPress theme that you guys can use to build your website. It has tons of features, a lot of good demo websites, and it actually works really well with Elementor. So over here, you'll find Blocksy. Go ahead and click on Install. Now, one thing I also do want to mention is you guys can always switch between themes and you guys will not lose any of your work. So if you guys don't like Blocksy, or if you feel like it's not working out for you, no problem. You guys can go venture off, do your own thing, and go check out other themes on your own time. But we're going to use Blocksy here just to get started out with. So I'll go ahead and click on Activate. All right, cool. Now, once you guys install the Blocksy theme, if you guys scroll down right here, you're going to see the Blocksy Companion. Go ahead and install the Blocksy Companion. This is a plugin that will actually give you guys access to more demo templates, extensions, and a little bit more features for your websites. All right, cool. Now let's take a look at our website over here. So if we go to visit websites, you guys are gonna see that the layout of the website has changed, right? And it's a little bit more structured and much better than that other white and black, boring, bland style that we had before. So now that we added our WordPress theme, now let's create some pages for our websites. So over here, let's go back to our dashboard. And we're gonna scroll down to Pages, and then under Pages, let's click on All Pages. Now, these are the demo pages that are created automatically when you guys install WordPress. So we can delete these pages. So let's get rid of them. Here we go. I'm gonna click on that. And then for bulk actions, I'll click on Move to Trash and click on Apply. So that's how you guys can pretty much get rid of pages. Now let's add our own pages. So let's click on Add New here at the top left. And for the title, we're gonna put Home, all right? Home page, click on Publish and Publish. And on the right side, you're gonna see Add New Page. So let's click on Add New Page. And now we'll do the About Us. We'll click on Publish and Publish. And we'll do it one more time. We'll create our contact page where people can send you contact forms and spam and all sorts of junk, So let's go ahead and do our contact form, contact us, or just contact, I guess. Contact is good, right? Here, you'll click on Publish and Publish. All right, so now that we created those pages, now we need to assign them to a menu. So let's click on the WordPress logo here at the top left. Now to create a menu, you're gonna go down to Appearance and then click on Menus. Now we're gonna give our menu a name. Now don't worry about this name because only you and your staff will see this. People on your website will not see this name. This will be like the main menu, right? Main menu. We're gonna click on the header menu 1 and then click on Create a Menu. And then on the left side, you're gonna see Pages. So I'll click on View All, and we're now going to add all of these pages. There are 2 home pages, but don't worry, I'll explain what that is. So this right here is just a custom link, right? And this can be anything. For example, if I click on this, you can put your Twitter URL, your Facebook page, you can put anything right here, and then you can just, put the navigation label right there. So for example, if this is your Facebook page, you put in the URL and then just put in like Facebook right there. So this can be any link basically, but I don't want one. So I'm just going to click on Remove. Now I'm going to rearrange this using this drag and drop builder right here. So we got the home, the About Us, and the Contact. You guys can also make a drop-down menu if you add the About Us below the home page, and that'll create a drop-down menu on your website. If you want to go that route, I don't like them, but hey, some people do like that. So if you want to drop down, that's how you would do it. Once you guys finish adding your menu, we'll go to the bottom right and click on Save Menu. Now let's take a look at our website. So let's go back to our websites and click on Visit Site. Cool, and now you'll see that we have the home, we have the About Us, and then we have the Contact. So if we click on these pages, you'll see that they're blank pages and they're ready to be edited with using the page builder. But before we do that, I know I keep saying but guys, but there is a lot of things we have to do before we use the page builder. Let's assign this home page as our default home page. So when someone comes to our website, I want them to go to this page first, because you guys will notice here that it's actually taking them to this blog page, which I don't want them to go to, right? So let's do that. Here at the top left, you're gonna see Customize. Go ahead and click on Customize. All right, and this is the Blocksy theme customizer. Now we'll talk more about the theme customizer a little bit later, and I'll probably make a whole dedicated video on this theme because it's packed with features, but it's not really related too much with Elementor. But one thing I do love about this is we can actually change the layout so it's easier on the eye, and I really do love that. But before we talk about the theme customizer, let's just go ahead and assign the homepage as our current homepage. And to do that, under the core setting, you'll see homepage settings, and then you'll see your homepage displays. You'll click on a static page, and you want to select the homepage as your default homepage. And then click on publish. And you're done. Congrats. And these other options right here, they pretty much control different parts of your website. We'll be coming back to the theme customizer a little bit later. It is a lot to go through, so I don't want to just jump into that right now. I'd rather just stay on point and work with the page builder. So I'm going to close the theme customizer now. All right, now the next step is we now need to download the page builder. So let's go over here to dashboard, and over here under plugins, I'll click on add new. Now there are various page builders with WordPress. There's Divi, there's Beaver Builder, there's Site Origin. There are tons of page builders, but the most popular one that we're gonna be using is called Elementor. You guys have probably heard of this page builder. I mean, if you haven't heard of this page builder, you've probably been living under a rock or something like that, but this is the #1 page builder for WordPress. There's tons of add-ons. It's a free page builder, and the Pro version has a lot of amazing features, which I will show you guys a little bit later in this video. Now here is the Elementor website builder. Go ahead and click on install now, and then let's click on activate. All right, now when you guys install the Elementor page builder, it prompts you with this setup wizard. However, you guys don't need to do this, so let's just go ahead and close this. It's just basically saying hi, so just tell them hi, you know. All right, so let's go ahead and close this at the top right. Now on the left side, you're gonna see Elementor. This is the actual page builder, and let's go ahead and click on these settings. Now, Elementor has recently introduced tons of amazing features, and in this video, I'm gonna be covering all of the features. So right here, let's click on features. Now, these are their current, I guess you wanna say ongoing experiments. And to keep this video updated, I'm going to be activating all of these features right here because these features right here are in the works, and they'll probably be released maybe within 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So we're going to basically show you guys how to use all of the Elementor features for this page builder. So we have the inline font icons. We want to go ahead and activate that. The Flexbox container. This is actually one of the newest features that have come out with Elementor, and it makes your website more responsive. However, there is a small learning curve to this, so I'll go ahead and show you guys how to use this. So for the Flexbox container, I'll click on active, and then we have the upgrade swiper library. We're also going to activate that. Here we have the nestled elements. And we're going to also activate this as well. And then we're also going to activate the lazy load background images. Now, in case you guys are not sure what that is, lazy load is basically loading images a little bit later, so it's less strain on the server. Technology has really increased, guys. I mean, there's so many plugins and features that make your website faster today. I mean, like 10 years ago, none of this stuff was available. And today it's like at the tip of your fingers for free. So it's truly amazing what they've done over there at Elementor. And we're gonna go ahead and scroll down right here. And these are just performance issues and stuff like that, but these aren't necessarily features. This is just like, you know, improvements for accessibility and stuff. So I'm gonna leave all those as default, and then scroll to the bottom right here and click on Save Changes. All right, here it's saying, do you want to install our developer plugin? No, we're not doing that, guys. Thanks anyways. We're gonna close that. And now let's go ahead and go to our website over here. So I'll click on Visit Website. And here we have our home page. Now to edit our page, we first need to go ahead and click on Edit Page. You only have to do this one time, and after you do that, Edit with Elementor will always be there. All right, now there's one thing that we need to start before we turn on the page builder, and that is to get rid of this homepage title when we're building our websites. So let's go ahead and over here under the Blocksy, and for page title, I want to disable that. That means I just want a blank slate for the page builder to do all of the work. So I'll go ahead and disable the page title, click on Updates, and now we'll click on Edit with Elementor, and this will turn on the page builder. So click on Edit with Elementor. All right, party people, so now we're gonna design the website. Here you guys have noticed we have this container tab, and this recently replaced Elementor's intersection. Now before we begin, I just wanna demonstrate the difference between the intersection of Elementor versus the container, because some people might be confused as to why we're adding the container. So now we're going to introduce you guys to the Elementor Flexbox. The Elementor Flexbox is Elementor's newest feature that allows you to control elements inside a container. Now previously there was intersection, right? But there was a lot of limitations to intersections that I'll show you guys in this part of the video. So in this part of the video, I'll show you guys the differences between the old version and the new version. And after that, I'll show you how to fully design the website using the Elementor Flexbox containers. All right, so here is a page that I quickly created using Elementor. Now let me demonstrate the old version of Elementor versus the new version of Elementor using the new Flexbox containers. So here we have this landing page. You know, it's a normal landing page, right? And I want to drag a button here, but I want to add it to the right side. So if I were to take this button right here and try to drop it, you guys will see that I can only either add it below or above it, making it a little limited on how I can add elements to my website. The new Flexbox container changes that and gives you a little bit more flexibility. All right, now here's the new Elementor Flexbox containers. Now let's say, for instance, I wanted to achieve that same result where I were to take a button, right? Now you guys can see that if I were to take the button, that it has the same thing, right? Where I can only add it above or below the button. However, there is the container layout, which allows me to drag this container, and now I can add in the elements I want to add inside this container. So I'll go ahead and just duplicate this really quick, and I'll drag and drop these into the container here. Now with the new Elementor Flexbox container, we can now control all the elements inside of the Flexbox. For example, here we have the direction. I want the direction to be horizontal, and I want to put these in the center. You can see that we can use these controls right here to position these evenly, and you can also style these any which way you want. You can also add gaps in between elements, which was not able to do before. So as you can tell, you do have a little bit more control using the new Elementor Flexbox containers. Let me give you another example. So here's another example. Here we have these three columns, right? Now let's say, for instance, I wanted to align these items inside of this column. With the old version of Elementor, it was a little tricky. For example, I'll try to click on the edit column section, and here we have some options where I want to make it middle, right? But if I want to put it in the center, you guys will see that's where the problem starts. I would have to go to every element and align these manually, but there's a lot of responsive problems when doing that. The new Flexbox container fixes that. Here is a website with the new Flexbox container. And if I were to click on the container, here you guys can see I have a lot more control over what goes on with the elements inside the container. So I can center this, they have a bunch of little design options here, but if I want to put it in the center like that, you can see that I can do that. And then I can use these and combine these. So as you guys can tell, we do have a lot more options and control over what goes on inside the containers. Let me give you guys one more example. Okay, so here's the last example, and then we'll move on with the tutorial. So let's say, for instance, I wanted to take this element and I want to put it over here. Before, I'd have to take this and then drag it over here, and then with this element, I would have to take it and drag it over there. Now, I know that looks easy, right? But when you're building your website, sometimes you might take an element and then drag it there and like, oh, what happened? And then you try to drag it back like that. And then sometimes, the website would easily get broken, right? Now, I know that's a little bit of an exaggeration. You don't have to do this anymore with the Flexbox. You can control all of the elements inside the columns. So here's the Flexbox, and let's say, for instance, I wanted to actually rearrange these, right? So here we have the direction. So instead of horizontal, I'll say, let me see what this looks like reversed. And then I can also add in, space here, and then I can control all of the elements right here using the justify content and align items. I know that doesn't look like much, but when you're building your website, the small things are kind of the big things. So now that you guys have a good understanding of the difference between the old version of Elementor versus the new Flexbox container, let's go back to the tutorial and design the website. All right, so next let's take a look at the demo website that we're gonna be making today in this video. You guys ready? And ta-da! This is the website I'll be showing you all how to make today in this video. Now, me and my team, we spent a few weeks designing this template, so both beginners who are new to Elementor, yet also users who are experienced with Elementor, will learn how to use the new Flexbox container. And as you guys can tell, this is a great looking landing page, and it will make you and your business look really professional. So this is a 2-column row, right? On the left side, we have some heading text, and then we have some supporting text, and then we have these 2 call to action buttons here on the bottom left, and then we have this image on the right side. And of course, you can change this image to anything, right? Yourself or your business partner, your dog, or whoever it is you want to change it to. You guys will also get all the images for free that will help you guys follow along in this Elementor tutorial. Let's go ahead now and scroll down to the next section. So next we have the services or the features section. So here we have these 3 images, and we got really creative here. We put the images here on the background, and then we added a gradient overlay on top of the image, and then we added elements on top of that so users can read this text on the bottom. So this is like your supporting text, right? We have business analyst, business strategist, whatever. And of course, you guys can change this to anything to support, your website or your business. Let's go ahead now and scroll to the next section. Next, we have the nestled elements. The nestled elements is a new feature that will allow you to use the page builder to build within the actual tabs. So here we have tab 1. This was all created using the actual page builder. Tab 2, you'll see we have another section, and tab 3, we have this other section where we just have a little bit more information about our company. So I'll show you guys how to use the new Elementor nestled elements in case you guys want to showcase parts of your business using these tabs. And let's scroll down to the next section. And next we have this section. Here we have this gentleman on the left side. He's having a great day. He's really happy. And on the right side, we have some general information about our company. Notice here at the bottom, we have this gradient, and as it goes up, it fades. So we implemented a gradient overlay on this background just to carry the color scheme and brand of our websites. And also we have this image, and as you guys can tell, this image is actually overlapping this section. Now I'm going to show you guys how to do this the proper way where it's fully mobile optimized and it looks good on all devices. So if you guys do want to implement this design on your website, I'll walk you guys through how to do that. And if we scroll down, we now have another section. So we have, just some general upsells and general information about our company. So this can be anything, right? We changed this to consulting, and we're an innovating business, all the corporate jargon that every website has today, right? And then here we have some blurbs, and you can change these blurbs to pretty much anything that you guys would like. And then here we have the bottom part where it says meet our partners, and you can showcase your partners or even companies that you work with. So I'll be showing you how to make those sections today in this video. We also do have more sections here on this demo website, but we're going to give you this website for free to download, right? There is a lot of sections here, so obviously if we were to cover every single section, this tutorial can easily get like 6 to 8 hours long, so we wanted to really keep it brief, yet also pack it with valuable content. So we'll show you all how to master the Flexbox container, how to use the Elementor page builder, and how to make really nice, unique sections. So if you guys are ready to learn how to use Elementor and use the new Flexbox containers, let's go ahead and walk you guys through on how to do that. Let's go. Here, I'll click on the website. All right, so we're gonna start designing the website using Elementor. Now in this part of the video, make sure that you do have the Elementor Flexbox active, because I'll show you guys how to use the Flexbox, which is a new feature that Elementor has recently introduced. We also do have demo images for all of you that you guys can download in the description below of this video, and then you guys can use those to practice and upload those to your WordPress website. Making the website, it's really simple, right? So this part might take about like 60 minutes or something like that, but once you guys learn this part, you guys pretty much know everything, right? So let's go ahead and get started. Hey party people, real quick before we start this tutorial, I just want to let you guys know that there was a small update by Elementor that just changed the color of the interface. So nothing else really changed except the color of the builder. So let me show you guys what it looks like and what you guys are going to see from your end. So this here is the new UI that Elementor has introduced. The only thing that really changed is they just changed the colors. Some of the icons might look a little different, and they just changed the update button. So overall, everything is identical. They just changed the colors of everything and made the UI look just a little different. Also, Elementor is going to change this interface again in just a month or two, and that is currently in alpha. Let me show you guys how that's going to look as well, just so that we're all on the same page here. Elementor tends to update their page builder quite often, so you guys are going to see rapid changes from Elementor. So right here under the Elementor and the settings, I'll go over here to features. And if we scroll down, you're going to see the editor top bar. Now, at the current time of making this video, this is an alpha. So let me just show you guys what this looks like, just so we're all on the same page. I'll go ahead and go to save changes. You guys are going to understand all these options throughout the video, but let me just go ahead and explain what changes in these updates. So this here is Elementor's alpha interface, where they are going to basically take the icons at the bottom and they're going to put them at the top. The responsive mode will be in the center of the screen. Usually it's at the bottom left, but in this new update, they're going to change the position of it. Everything else is relatively the same. All they've done here is just try to improve the UI. So all the features, all the things that we talk about in this video are all still the same. So now that I've covered that, let's go ahead and jump back to the tutorial. Now let's go ahead and first build the website. Now over here, you'll see that we have two containers, right? We have one and we have two. So let's go ahead and click on the plus icon. And here we have different boxes, right? We have this one with a down arrow and this one with a right arrow. Now, you guys will understand this a little bit more, but this is basically saying what direction do you want to stack the elements? But I'll show you guys a better example of that a little bit later. But first, let's just start out with a basic 2-column row. All right, so we have 1 column and we got 2 columns. And with these columns, you guys can drag and drop elements. So we have the heading text, right? We have some text editor, right? We also have the button right here, right? And then maybe we have like an image, right? There you go. You know, and we can drag and drop these by taking this pencil icon and holding it. And then we can, you know, drag this over there and drag that over there and so on and so forth. You guys can also right click and even duplicate these modules, right? So you can see it's a very fluid drag and drop builder, really simple to use. These elements, they serve their purpose, guys. We're gonna get rid of them now. So to get rid of an element, we're gonna right click, delete. Right click, delete, right click, delete, and right click, delete. Let's go ahead and get rid of all this, all right? So that is a quick rundown of how to use this drag and drop builder. All you have to do right here is go on the left side and drag in these elements. Now, these are basic elements, right? These are pro elements. We'll be talking more about the pro version a little bit later, but you guys don't need the pro version to get started with building your website. It's only optional. Here we have the general section, and then we have some other ones which I don't really use these ones too much. These are like legacy and they're kind of dated, you know. So we're not going to use the WordPress ones, and WooCommerce, that's going to be for a whole nother video. Now, before we add any elements and we design this, let's first add in a background, right? So I want to actually see what we're working on in the back, right? So right here, I'll click on these 6 dots. Now, for every element and section, you're going to see 3 different sections. You're going to see the layout or content, which basically controls like the actual layout. Here we have the style. This controls like the color, where you can add like a background image, color. You can also add like a shape divider or also borders to your section. And then you have the advanced section. The advanced section will control the position, and you can also add in some really cool animations and motion effects to every section. But I just want to change the background color just to get started out with. We'll get crazy a little bit later, but let's just stick to the basics here. So for background type, under the classic section, so here we have the background section, and this is where we can add a color or we can add an image to the background of our site. So for color, I want to go ahead and add in my own color. Now I use a specific color code, so you guys can actually just, do this right here if you want, and you can find it on your own. But the one that I actually used was called, here I'll go ahead and type it in right here. You have to enter the number sign, and my color code is 181B19, right? So it's like a black, but it's not like a pitch black. It's just like a more subtle black. Now, let's say for instance, I want to actually make this a little bit larger, right? So we added the color, but I want to make this, spread across the whole page. Here under layout, you'll actually see instructions. So here you'll see, to achieve full height container, use 100 VH. So we're first gonna change this to VH, and then you'll see that, we can actually move this, right? But for mobile optimization, you just wanna put it at 100. This will make sure that this spreads through the entire screen. So this will be a full width landing page. So if anyone visits your website, they're gonna see it from a full width style. And here you'll see that the width, right? You can actually change the width right here to any width. You'll see that this can actually change the width of the columns. But I just want it at full width, so I'll just leave mine at, as long as it's full width, that's all I really care about. And from now, here we can go ahead and add in a background overlay image. So let's go back to style right here. And what's cool about Elementor is you can actually add stuff on top of the color. So here we have the background overlay. Here I'll click on classic, and we can also add an additional image on top of the background. So if you want like an image on top of this, you can do that. And I actually have an image for you guys. So right here, I'll click on choose image, and the image that we're gonna use is called line. So it's called line.png, and here I'll insert media. All right, so you'll see that we have the background image, but I want to actually change the position. So for display size, I want this to contain. What that's going to do is that's actually going to force the image to actually stay within the actual page and not go outside of it. And I don't like this repeat. I don't like that. So over here under repeats, we're going to put no repeats. And if you guys want to get a little bit more, customizable, you guys can actually move this to different parts, right? But I have mine at center left. Right, center left is a pretty good, right? And if we click on the arrow right here, you'll now see that we are ready to build the websites, right? I mean, it's already looking good, right? And let's go ahead now and add in some elements. So over here, you'll see we first have this text module. So let's go ahead and throw in a text module. So right here, we have the text editor. Now for every element, you're gonna see 3 different columns, just like the container sections, right? You have the content. This controls the actual content of the elements. The style, this will control things like the color and the typography. It'll also add some cool things like text shadow and stuff like that. And then for the advanced, we have the margin padding. You can also add in really cool animations and motion effects. Don't get crazy with this, but for example, fade and left. You'll see we got fade up. I'm a big fan of fade and down. I love fade and down. In fact, a lot of my templates that I sell on my website, we use fade and down a lot, just because it looks nice, man. It looks elegant, And here we just have some other stuff, but don't use this too much, guys. This is a quick way to make your website look really ugly, right? So here we have content, and over here we have your business, right? So we have your business. Now I want to style this, right? So I want to make this text white. And for the typography, here we have some options where we can change the font, we can change the size, the transformation, but I'm a big fan of pop-ins, guys. We're gonna use pop-ins here. And for the weight, you can make this really thin to give it that really elegant look, but I want this bold, right? Oh, let's go back. There we go, I want this bold. And there's other styling options right here, like transform and style and decoration. You guys can mess around with those on your own time. But the one that I want to change here is letter spacing. So I want to change this to 3, right? I want to give it a little bit more, little bits of a stretch, right? And then below that, we have a divider. So we'll type in divider. Or you guys can just look for it. It's really up to you. I'm lazy, guys, so I'm just going to be typing my elements because I don't want to have to go scroll and I think we do enough scrolling on Instagram, right? So here we go. We have the divider, right? But we can't really see it. So over here under style, we're going to use a specific color, and we're going to use this color scheme. Now you guys are more than welcome to change it to your own color scheme and brand if you guys want to do that. But the one that I selected, or the color code I used, was -6 EC9 or 792. All right, there we go. It's like a very subtle soft green, and I want to add more weight to this. So the more weight, the fatter it is, right? So I want to add in something like maybe 2.5. I think that's good. But this is way too long. You'll see that's really long. So I want to just I want to drop it right below that, right? Yeah, there we go. All right. And this gap is very large, so I'm going to reduce the gap. The gap is way too big. I don't want it very far, right? So 2 is good enough. And congrats. Next, we have this heading text. So we're going to go back over here and drag and drop the heading. Now, don't worry about, the position of everything. We're going to do that a little bit later. But right here, I'll put in analyzing just got easier. Just got easier. And we're going to make this a little bit bigger. So the text color is white. All right. And for the font family, we're going to select Poppins again. Now, once we do this, we're actually going to copy and paste these settings so we don't have to keep doing this for every element because that can get really annoying. And we're going to blow this up. 99. There we go. Analyzing data. Oop. There we go. Data just got easier, right? There we go. All right, cool. And the next one, we have some more text, right? So we'll just go ahead and drag in some text and we'll just change the color, change the color there, right? And then we'll add in some buttons. So here we have 2 buttons, okay? Now, we're gonna use the Flexbox container here. Now, this is where the Flexbox container comes in. Now here you'll see if I drag in this button and if I wanna, drag in another button right here, you're gonna see that they stack on top of each other, right? And this sucks because I wanna make it in line, to make it look like that. And this is where the Flexbox container comes in. Whew, here we go. We're gonna delete this. delete that. Now, before with Elementor, you could not do this, and now you can. So we're gonna take this container and we're gonna drag it right there. Now, we're gonna go ahead and add in those 2 buttons. So let's go ahead and click on the 9 squares, and then we're going to drag in 2 buttons, right? Or first, let's go ahead and design this, and then we'll just duplicate it. So I just want to, change this to something like learn more, right? Now, this is the link where you can go ahead and put in a link to anywhere that you want. Also, a recent update with Elementor, if you type in the name of your page, this page will actually propagate and show up. So that's pretty cool. That's up to you if you want to do that. But I'm going to do that. I changed my mind. We're doing it now. We're going to add it in, right? Now here in our style, we have some styling options, and we have normal, and then we also have hover. Now normal is the normal color of the button. Hover is when they hover over it, you want it to do what? And this is where you can completely style it if they hover over it. So first, let's change the background color. So here I'll click on classic, and this is where we can change the color. Now, if you guys are lazy like me, what we can do is just go ahead and click on this, and just copy this color code, right? And then I'll go back over here and I'll just paste it in there, right? So here we go, paste it, and there we go. Now there's one thing also I do want to mention, and that is border radius. If you guys like circle buttons, this is how you do it. Just press up. All right, there we go. And you'll see it just gets more circular. So if you like circle buttons, that's how you guys can create circle buttons on your websites. But I don't, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. Now that I've styled this, wait, we gotta add the topography, guys. Here, poppins. We gotta be consistent. It's all about consistency. There we go. Now that I've done this, I'm going to now right click and duplicate it. All right. All right, so now we have these 2 buttons. So how do we get them to stack on top of each other? Well, here I'll click on the Flexbox. So here on the left side, we're gonna see some options, right? Where we have the container, where we can change the size. And then here is where the Flexbox container options are. This is where we have the direction, justify content, aligning the items, and then you can also add in space between the elements. So for example, here I'm going to click on the horizontal, and what this is going to do, it's going to actually force the elements to actually align horizontally. Now I'm going to change the color of this really quick just so we can see what we're doing here, right? So I'm going to change this to black, right? Okay. Now going back over here, you'll see if I change this to reversed, it's now going to put it in a reverse format. You see that? And we can do column reversed, or we can do the other one, which change it vertically. So you guys can see that you can actually change the position of this using the Flexbox container options. Now, this is actually very helpful when it comes to optimization and mobile optimization because it's going to actually display very well for other devices. So here we have the row horizontal, and now we can go ahead and justify the content. So do you want it in the center? Do you want it at the end? Do you want it spaced between? We can get crazy here. We can mess around with this just how you want, right? So I think the start is actually pretty good. I do like this. Now, align items does not apply to us. This is actually, we'll give you guys a better use case for align items a little bit later, but if you guys click on it, you're gonna see nothing happens. So I'll show you guys a better example of where this works a little bit later in this video. You can also add a gap between elements. You'll see here how we can add a special gap between these elements, right? Next, you see the wrap. Now, a wrap will actually take these elements and wrap them around each other. Now, we don't have a lot of elements, right? So let's go ahead and duplicate some. So here I'll duplicate this, and we'll also duplicate this right here, okay? Now, here we have no wrap, right? So I'm basically saying I don't want this to wrap around each other. And then we also have the wrap. And the wrap is going to basically have the elements wrap around each other, right? So you guys can use wrap if you find that you want to have the elements stack on top of each other. Now the next option is the align content. Now for this specific use case, nothing will really happen. So if you guys go ahead and select different options, nothing's really gonna change. I'll give you guys a better use case of where align content and align items shows a little bit later in this video. But that's an example of how to use the container elements. All right, so I hope you guys have a better understanding of the Flexbox container. As we go in this video, I'm gonna give you guys more and more case scenarios on how to properly utilize the Flexbox container. All right, so we got that, we're good, are we green? All right, now let's go ahead and change the position of this content in here. Here you'll see direction, okay? Now, you can use this if you want. I don't recommend it. Like if you want to reverse this whole column, you know, you can do that, right? Or if you want to have it reversed. Now, the reason why it looks like that is because these elements are just too large. I mean, we're trying to stack them against each other, but they're way too large, obviously. So using the direction here wouldn't make a lot of sense, right? However, the justified content will. So for example, it's already at start right now, but if we click on center, you'll then see it will center align all the elements, and we can also click on the end, right? And that pretty much puts it there at the bottom, right? Now we can also do space between, right? And this puts space between all the elements. We have space around, and then we have space evenly, right? Now the reason why Flexbox container is really good here is because this actually works really well for mobile devices. So that's really what people like this, is because it'll look really sharp on all devices. But we're gonna go ahead and use center, right? And that's it. And now we're going to add in this image, right? So let's go ahead and throw in this image here. We're gonna throw in an image. In here, I'll click on choose image, and we're gonna find the image of like that gradient phone or whatever. Here we go. All right, phone, insert media. All right, cool. So we uploaded the image. Now I wanna actually position this in the center just to make sure it's aligned with the text. So up here, I'll go ahead and also change this to center. So now it's centered. So let's go ahead and close this. And now you'll see that we have the image and then we have the text, and our website is looking much better. All right, now really quick, I want to introduce you all to the Elementor color filters. Notice here on my demo website how this has a green, blue, and different color scheme. But did you guys know this is the same exact image? I just added in some CSS filters, which allowed us to change the actual color of the image. Now you guys can do this for any image on your website, where you can change the colors and the style of it. So I clicked on the image and I'll click on style. I'll scroll to CSS filters, and then I'll click on this little pencil icon. Then right here, you guys will see a bunch of options where you guys can go ahead and adjust the actual color right here. And there's a bunch of really cool tricks that Elementor uses, like for example, like the blur. Like there's tons of use cases for it. But here you can go ahead and mess with these filters to pretty much change the actual color scheme of the image. And here I'll do maybe like let's do 326 and 200. And now you'll see that it's very similar to the other image on our demo website. Now you guys can again do that for any image you want on your website. All right, so now that we're done with our home page, let's now make the very next section. And next we have this 3-column row. Now there's various ways on how to build this section. However, I'll show you guys the easy way to build this. There are various ways, but I'll show you a way that worked for me. We have an image here, but we also have a gradient overlay with elements on top of the image. So I'll show you guys how I did that. All right, let's go back to our website. Now we're gonna build the next section. So we'll click on the plus here, and I'll add a row. Next, we're going to add in the elements. Now we can also go ahead and maybe even duplicate these, right? Now we're gonna open up the navigator here, just so this can help us out. Here we have the container, right? We have this container, and then we have elements inside the container. Now we can go ahead and right click and duplicate. And for the divider, right click and duplicate. And then we can drag these in, right? So we have the container down here, right? But we can use this navigator here to drag in elements, because sometimes if you try to click on the divider, it's really hard because you can see how it's overlapping the text. So maybe you won't even be able to click on it. So that's why they created the navigator. So what I'm gonna do here is take the text editor. We're gonna drag and drop this to the bottom, all right? There we go. And we'll do the same thing for the divider. We'll take that and we'll also drag and drop it to the bottom there. All right, there we go. Okay, so here we go. We have these two elements here, and then we'll also copy the heading text, and we're also gonna drag that at the bottom here. Okay, so now we have 3 elements. Now these are light, so we can't really see this. So we first need to change this to black, right? So we can see what we're working with, all right? Here we go, black. Now I know this looks a little messed up right now, but it looks like that because we're gonna use the Flexbox to align these elements, okay? But first, let's adjust the size of this. This is a little too big for my liking, right? We're gonna make this just a little bit, I think 40 is good, there we go. Now the first thing I wanna do is I wanna just stack these on top of each other, right? So here we have vertical, And look at that. Now you guys can see how this is actually working, you know, and it actually makes sense, right? And I'll center the content, and I'll center align the items. Now this one right here, you might have to do some manual work, okay? So we're going to center that, all right? Get that bad boy in there, right? And then from here, we can adjust the actual color, because I think mine, I made it a little bit more, you know, I made it a little bit more grayer, you know, and I actually made it not so bold, right? So I'm just gonna leave it like that, because I think by now you guys know how to adjust this yourself. But I wanna add in some padding, right? So it's too close to the top. So what I wanna do is under the 6 dots, we're gonna now add in some padding. So under the Advanced tab, I'm gonna unlink this, and I'm gonna say, you know what? I wanna add space above the row right here. So we're gonna add maybe 50 pixels, and then we'll also maybe add 20 to the bottom. What do you guys think? 20 to the bottom, right? Or 30, there we go, 30. And I'm gonna reduce this a little bit, so it's more like the demo, right? And voila, we have now finished this section. Pretty simple, but we're gonna add in a little bit more demo content. So we will make your, let's see, I don't know. We make wealth. Okay, there we go. So next we're going to create this section here, right? So we have a 3rd column row, but we're just gonna start with 1 column. So now let's add a new section. So I'll click on the plus icon, and we're gonna add in a new section here. Now this next section is gonna be like that movie Inception. We're gonna start adding containers within containers, and I'll show you why we do this. So we'll add in the first container, okay? And we're gonna add in 1 more, and we're gonna add in 1 more. We're gonna get crazy here, all right? So we have 3 containers, right? So we have 3 containers inside of our section. Now the reason why we do this is because we're gonna add something on every single layer. Now let's start with the second section. Now if you guys can't click on it, you can click on the navigator right here, and this will give you a better visual right here. Now the first thing I wanna do is I wanna add an image on the second container. So if I click on the second container, you'll see that's here. I'll click on the container and go to style, and then we'll add in a background. So we'll go to the image here, and we're gonna add an image of these 2 gentlemen, and I'll click on insert media. Now the great thing is, guys, is once we create this, we're just gonna go ahead and duplicate it, and that's gonna create all the columns for us, so we don't have to keep doing this all over again, right? Now for the display size, we're gonna do cover. And for the position, I want to do center, center. All right. So that is the second section. Now we're going to add in elements and everything on the very first one. But first I want to add in the gradient. So over here under style, I'll click on style. I'll click on the gradient section. And for the first color, we're just going to leave that as we'll leave it as transparent. Okay. So it has basically, there's no color on the top. For the second color, I want to add just like a black, right? And I can just drag it to the bottom and make it black. So over here on our demo website, you'll see that we have this spacer, we have an image, a text, and a text. So let's stack them together. So I'll go over here to our elements, and we're first gonna find the spacer, right? And drag it there. And what this is gonna do, it's gonna create space. So I set mine at 200. All right, just to give it a little bit more, you know, space and stuff like that. You can also use the divider module, except the spacer you can't see. So that's why people usually use that over the divider. Then I'll go ahead and add in an image, right? I'll take an image and we'll drop it below the divider, okay? And I'll choose the image, and I believe the image I used was this little, I guess this piece of paper. And I wanna put this on the left side, but I also wanna reduce the size. It's a little bit too big. We'll make it pixels, but I'm gonna change this over here to pixels, and we're gonna change this to 34 pixels. All right, and I'll make sure that this is the full size. So I want the full size. Okay, now we're going to add in some text. So over here, you'll see we have text and a text. Now we can, you know, duplicate the text up here if you guys want, you know, if we're lazy, right? So you'll see that we have the text editor right here. We can duplicate that. And also we can duplicate this heading text, right? And then we can drag and drop it. So I can take this text header, the text editor, and using the mouse, I can drag it to the bottom here, right? Oh, wait, no, there it goes. Underneath the image, all the way to the bottom. There it goes. And I can do the same thing for the heading. I can take this and I can drag it all the way to the bottom. So now those elements are within our columns. And then of course we just got to change the, change the color, right? So here I'll reduce all of this right here. It's too much text. And I'll change this to white, just so we can see what we're working with, right? This one too, I'll make it more white. Maybe even add like an underline, right? So over here under the typography, I'll throw in an underline. Why not? Here we go. Decoration, underline. All right, cool. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to add in some space right here. So I'm gonna close this navigator. You guys notice that this text, it's just way too close to the edge, and I don't want it so close. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in padding to this entire section. So let's go ahead and add in some padding here. You'll see as we added more padding that it gets farther away, right? So we're gonna add in 50 pixels, and I think we're done. And that's it. Now we're just gonna duplicate this and watch the magic happen. So I'll go ahead and right click, duplicate, and I'll do it one more time and duplicate. There you go. We now have this beautiful section. And of course we can tweak and modify this. Maybe you wanna add in a different image here. So I'll go to style section, change this image to something like this gentleman, right? And then we have another one. So remember, the image is on this second one right here, right? And then we will go ahead and add in, I don't know, let's add in this guy. He's having a good day, all right? But we gotta change that position. Maybe center right. No, wait, center left. Okay, no, we can do custom. No, we can do custom, hold on. We can, here, position, here we go. We're gonna do this. So we can change this, right? So it's like, there we go, beautiful, look at that, that's so great. Now, you guys might be asking, Daryl, why did you add that other layer, right? We added that other layer because we wanted to add in that gradient. So you guys might see here, if we take off this gradient, you're gonna see that the text is hard to read now, right? But I didn't wanna add in the color on the entire image. So that's why I used the gradient here. And you can also change the angle of the gradient as well. Now, before we go to the next section, I just want to quickly touch base on some of these other options here on the left side. This is preview changes, and if you want to view your websites out of the actual builder, this is what the website looks like. And as you guys can tell, it looks really good, right? The next one is responsive mode. This is going to showcase your website on a computer, on a tablet, right? Here's a tablet, and then we have the mobile. And you can see there's a lot of work that we got to do, but not to worry, guys. It's really simple, and I'll walk you guys through it. So that is the responsive mode. Then we also have history. History is great because if you guys ever made mistakes, you guys can actually backtrace to different parts of when you're editing the websites. So you'll just go ahead and scroll down here and then just click on anywhere where you started from. For example, I'll scroll all the way down here and click on this. And then you'll see this is where we were basically building the website, right? So it's a, you're going back in time. So if you ever made a mistake, you guys can always use the history to just go back to where you started from. And then next you have the navigator. And the navigator we've already used, and this pretty much lets you see what you're doing. In fact, you can actually drag and drop any one of these elements. Like you can drag this to the top. So now we have this above here, and then you can also drag and drop. So you can pretty much drag and drop any elements here on the navigator. And then of course, if you made a mistake, you can just go back to history, and then you can say, oh, I made a mistake, let's go back because maybe you moved something and the whole website got weird. Trust me guys, it happens all the time. And then we have the settings. Now the setting options usually refers to the actual page structure. However, today the theme actually takes care of a lot of this, but some themes may not. I mean, really crappy themes probably don't take care of this, but most themes, you can change the title and stuff like that. So this really doesn't apply to most people, but Elementor still offers it just in case. And then the very next section is like margin and padding. If you guys ever want to get crazy and you want to add like a container around your website, you guys can do that from here. But yeah, that's, I don't know why you'd want to do that, but hey, you always have the option. And then advanced is for the pro version only. All right, guys, so congrats. Let's go ahead and update this. And now let's build the next section. So up next, we're going to talk about the new Elementor nestled elements. Now, I mentioned previously earlier that these are currently in beta, but by the time you're watching this in a few weeks, it's going to be stable and it'll be fully released. Now, when you click on a tab right here, you'll see that a section propagates, and every tab contains, elements or content, and this is all built with the actual page builder. So I'll show you guys how to quickly create this. It's pretty simple. So let's go back to our website here. Now we have this one section, but we can actually just duplicate this, right? I'll duplicate this, and I'll just drag and drop this underneath. So I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna hold it, and then drag it under. So you can see, like, I pretty much did everything, right? We have the spacing and everything's done, and then I just need to add in the next section. So we're gonna add in the tabs element. So over here, plus, well, it doesn't really matter which one you select, I mean, because you can change it in the options. And then under the elements, we're now gonna find the tabs elements. So tabs, we're gonna take this and we're gonna drag it right there. All right, so now you'll see that we have different tabs. We have tab 1, we have tab 2, and tab 3. Now you guys can easily use this to build out sections. So you'll notice right here how we have the plus icon where we can actually build the next section. However, in this section, it's actually building the tab section. So it's not building like a whole new section, it's building a section within the tabs. So I'll go ahead and select 2 column row. And then right here, I'll just throw in an image. So I'll throw in an image right here. All right. And I'll change the image. This guy right here, here we go. We'll use this guy again. This guy's, he's doing well for us. And then we'll go ahead and drag in some heading text. We'll drag in text editor. And then we'll add in a button right here. Okay. Now really quickly, we can actually copy and paste something. So if you don't want to duplicate something, we can go ahead and copy and paste styles. So I'm gonna scroll up and I'm gonna right click on this button, copy this, and over here, I'll right click and I'll just paste the style. So instead of doing all the work all over again, we can just go ahead and copy and paste styles from different elements. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix this column up, right? Now the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that this right here is full width, right? So I want this full width, and now we want to use the Flexbox to control this section. So within this section, I want it horizontal, centered, and I want to keep that in the center as well. So all I need to do now is basically just add in a background image. So under this background, I'll click on style, go to classic, image, and now we're gonna find that one with like the, I think I did like the, I don't know what it was. Oh, here it is. It's like the map. There we go. And I'll insert that, and voila. We now have a beautiful section that we just created in just a few seconds. Let's now do tab 2. So tab 2, I'll go ahead and add in a new section. We'll add in the Flexbox, and then we're gonna add in a container inside of that. And now we're going to just quickly duplicate this, right? So now we have 2 boxes, and then we're gonna find an image box. Image box, there we go. And here we have some styling options where we can choose the image, and then we can also change the style right here. So let's first go ahead and change the image. I believe I use a blue light bulb, right? A blue light bulb. And I put this on the right side. Here I'll change this to wealth management. Wealth management. And then we have some lorem ipsum text, which I think this works. You know, we'll just leave it like that. And then for the style, I want to change the width to a little bit smaller, right? There we go. And for the contents, I'm gonna change the alignment here. Now, of course, there's a lot of other styling options right here, but I think at this point, you guys can just go through this on your own time, and you know, you guys know what to do. And then we'll adjust the spacing just around like 8 or something like that. Okay, looks great. Duplicate this module, or we can, you know, make a whole new section, but we'll just do that. Now for this back section, I wanna create like a sort of a box shadow. So over here, under this box, we're gonna add a box shadow. So for the style, we're now gonna find the border, and under the border, you'll see box shadow. So I'll click on box shadow. Now you're gonna see that there is a shadow behind that, right? And we can actually increase the size of this a little bit. So for the padding, we can add just like a little bit more, right? There we go. Maybe like 40, I think that looks good. Now we can see that this column is still a little too long, right? It's just, it stretches all the way across, and I wanna make it a little bit more compact. So for this section here, for this Flexbox, we're gonna go to layout, and we're just gonna reduce the size of this, right? Just by a little bit, right? Maybe like 900. Let's see what that looks like, 900. There we go, that looks great. All right, now the next thing I wanna do is I wanna add in some sort of border in between this, right? Now there's no elements where you can actually fit this inside. I mean, there's a few ways you can do this. You can either add in a next section right here and maybe add in some sort of border, but there's a trick way to do this. So let's say, for example, I want to add in a divider, right? In the middle right here. Over here under this Flexbox, I'll go over here to border, and then you're going to see border right here. Now we have a few options, right? We have top, right, bottom, and left. Now I want to add a border, but I only want to add it to the right side. So I'm going to add in just like 1 pixel here, and I'll change this to a very subtle gray. And if I click away, or if I click over, let's see, oh, wait, hold on. There we go, click over here, you will now see that we have this border that separates this in the middle. It's a really clean way to sort of fragment sections away from each other. And it just makes everything look a little bit more organized. So we just finished this section here. Tab 3, I'll let you guys do this on your own. In fact, over here, this is actually a pro version. So this is using the portfolio element. So we don't have access to this just yet. But of course, you guys don't have to use that. You can use anything that you want and you can build it from scratch. You guys can also add more tabs if you choose to do so. So if you want to add like, I don't even know how many tabs this goes up to, maybe like 8 or something like that. You guys can add as many tabs as you guys would like. Now, really quickly, going back over here to this actual elements right here, under the style, this is where you guys can style everything. So you guys can add gap between tabs. You can add a shadow to it. For the title right here, this is where you can adjust the typography and the color and everything, right? So for example, we'll change this to Poppins. And then we'll also do like bold. And then if you want to change the actual color of this background, over here under the tab section, under background type, you'll see that there's classic and then there's background color. And then you can go ahead and use the same color that we've been using. Let's see if we can go ahead and find it here. Go ahead and copy that. And then we'll go back over here and we'll just go ahead and paste in that color code just so that we're consistent. And there you go. Now this looks a little weird and this is the active one. So what we need to do is we need to go find the active button right here. And we're gonna also change this. Okay, there we go. Now also we have hover. So if someone hovers over this, you can actually change the color as well. So for example, if I hover over this, you'll now see that it changes the color, right? Except for the active one because we've already set the active color. All right, now one other really cool option I wanna show you all is the justify. So over here, we can change this to start, to center, to end, justified. And now you can also add it on different sides. So for example, if you wanna add this to the right side or the left side, here, if they click on this, it'll actually change. So, I mean, that's a really cool feature where you can, add it to different sides and stuff like that. So you guys can use this to change the position and justify it however you want. All right, cool. You guys with me? All right, let's keep going. So we finished this section here, and we're now gonna build the next section. We're gonna make this section right here. This is a 2-column row, right? And we have pretty much the same thing, right? We have the smaller text, we have the divider, and then we have the larger text. And then here we're using the Flexbox to create 4 smaller sections with the image boxes. So let's get started. Let's go back over here and we're going to click on the plus and then click on the 2 columns. Now we've already drag and drop stuff and I've showed you guys pretty much how to drag and drop sections. However, maybe you want to use this as a template because as you guys notice, we're using this section more and more and dragging and dropping elements can get a little tedious and I want to work faster, right? Work smarter, not harder, right? So over here under the edit container, I'm gonna right click and I'm gonna save this as template. And this is going to be called the header section. And then I'll click on save. Now over here, you'll see we have this folder where we can just go ahead and insert this. So I'll click on apply. All right, cool. So now you'll see that the template has imported. Now we can just drag and drop this as well, right? We can just go ahead and just drag it right there. And then the same thing here without having to actually go to the top, and scroll and stuff like that. And then from here, I'll put this on the left side. Next, we're gonna add in an image. So over here, we'll add in an image of that nice gentleman. So we'll drag in that image here. And the image was that really, he was a really joyful guy. Where'd he go here? He is, and then here is the picture of the gentleman. So we'll go ahead and insert media. And there's our guy, right? Really happy guy. He's having a good day, good for him. Now we just need to add in the image boxes. But if you guys remember, we've already created some image boxes up here. So what I first want to do is I want to drag in a container, right? We'll drag in a container. And then we're going to duplicate these ones up here, right? So I'll duplicate this one. And we'll duplicate it one more time. And then I'm just going to drag and drop it, right? Drag and drop. And then take this one here and then also drag and drop it. So now they're both in the same column. Now I need to make some slight modifications to this text because it is a little bit large now, right? Now that they're in this part, it's a little bit larger, right? So for the style right here, under the content, I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. So typography, just a little bit smaller, right? Maybe, there we go, 20. And the same thing for the other text. All right, perfect. Now I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste the style over here so I don't have to do that all over again. Now I'm gonna use the Flexbox. So over here, I'm gonna use the Flexbox. I'm gonna put horizontal, okay? And cool, there it goes. We could make some changes. I think we have a little bit too much text here. What do you guys think? I think that's just a little bit too much text. And the same thing for this one over here, just a little bit too much text. I think that looks a lot cleaner. And then we'll just duplicate this and we're done. Now we just need to make some small adjustments to the actual columns and everything inside, right? So first let's go over here to our main container. And for the width, I'm gonna put 1300. All right, so I'm just saying I want it 1300 pixels wide. We have the direction of it. And of course we can always like reverse it if you want that style or that style, you can adjust it and stuff like that. Now I want to add some padding, right? So it's a little bit too close to the top here, this image, and it's also too close to the bottom. So I want to add some padding to the top and also to the bottom. So for this section here, for the padding, we're going to uncheck those. And we're going to put 100 at the top and then also 100 at the bottom. And I also want to add in a little bit more space between these, right? So under the layout section, I want to add in a little bit more space, right? We'll add in like 40 pixels. All right, now we're going to use a very advanced method. So now we're going to talk about margin. So notice how this image here, it's quite large, right? But on our demo website, if we look at this guy is actually kind of clashing onto this next section. This is where margin comes in. So I want to push this image down a little bit more. So over here under the advanced tab, we're going to uncheck this. And now we're going to add in some margin. So we're going to add in a total of negative 220 margin. All right. And then also we're going to add in a little bit more to the right. So minus 30. And now we just need to add some color to the bottom to make it look like it's actually clashing with the bottom part. So over here under the background, we're now going to add some style right here. So style, gradients. Now for the first color, we're just going to leave this like as a, we'll just leave it like as a white, right? Like here we go. We're going to add it as a white. And then for the second color, we're going to use that same green color scheme that we've been using. And the color code is right here. Go ahead and borrow this right here. Go ahead and take this color code. And for there we go, edit container. All right, the second color, we're just going to go ahead and paste that in there like that. And then we can adjust the location. So I believe I used 35, right? 35 and 100. And then 190 over here. So now your website has this sort of illusion where it looks like this figure is actually crashing into the next section. So that's where margin really comes into play, right? You can push images down or even push them up into the next section. So let's go ahead and open this back up. I think we have too much padding here at the bottom. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna reduce some of that padding. So over here under the advanced, we're gonna reduce the bottom padding by maybe like 50, right? Or should we do less than that? Yeah, maybe 80, right? 80 there, yeah, that's good. We'll do 80, okay? And you can always change the alignment of this if you choose. If you want this in the center, you can put this, in the center like that. And make sure to update this. Let's go ahead and update our progress. And let's just take a quick look at our website so far. So we have this first section, which looks really good for our landing page. And then we have the second section. This was a little bit advanced, I'll be honest, but I think most of you guys watching this, will get the hang of it. And then we have the third section where I introduced the tabs. And then this section right here, this also was pretty advanced. So if you guys, understood this, congrats, you guys are already ahead of the game. Now let's make the very next section. This next section is pretty simple, right? We have the elements that we've been using, except we are now using a 3-column row where we're using different elements. And all of this is right here is just a image. And then we have just some text below that. But this is actually an image box that we used and we just changed it up and stuff like that. So let's build the next section. Now we already have the next section in our library, right? So we can just go ahead and use that as a template. So over here, we'll go ahead and speed this up. The heading section, apply that. All right, there we go. But we do need to change the background and everything, right? So over here, let's first add in some padding, right? Now you can see that this text is too close to this guy. So we can add padding actually probably either within this element or we can just add it to this one. It produces the same result. So for example, if I want to add like padding above that, we now have 150 padding. Now I'm going to change this to white, right? So we're going to change this color to white, right? And this color here to white as well. And then we're going to change this background color to something like black, right? because you want to mix it up. You don't want to, have all your sections like all the, all the same. It's kind of boring and, people fall asleep. So yeah, there we go, right? And now we can add in another container. So I'll go over here and we're going to add in a container below this. And then we're going to find the image box. So over here, let's go ahead and find the image box. There we go. Drag that in. And then we'll just go ahead and customize this. And with the Power Video Editing, I just went ahead and I edited this image box right here. So I edited some small description. I uploaded my own image, which is this little planet. And then for the style, for the content section, I went ahead and I just, changed the topography to pop-ins and then made the size 35. And all we have to do now is we just now need to duplicate this module. So I'll right click on the element, duplicate, and duplicate. And now we have the elements inside of the Flexbox. So now I'll click on the Flexbox here. And all I got to do is click on horizontal. And that's it. We've pretty much made this section. Now I can make some small adjustments here. Like example, for the padding, I can probably add a little bit more padding to the top. So I'll add 20 to the top and then also 20 to the bottom right there. And that's it. That's how we made that section. So let's make the next section. And then next we have this section. And this is something new. And this is actually a divider where we added a text. And this is just images. That's all it is, right? So let's go ahead and add in the next section right here. So I'll throw in a container. And now I'm going to find the divider. So divider, here I'll put that in. And notice here how it says add element. So I'm going to put the text element here. And then for the text, we're going to put meet our partners. And then for the style, we need to change this color so we can visibly see it, right? There we go. There we go. Just a little bit, right? Just a tad, okay? And then the text, we're going to change this to white. And cool, we're done. Now we're going to go ahead and go over here and add in another container. Okay. And this is where you can add as many images as you choose. So I believe on the demo website here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's go ahead and add in another container, right? And then we're going to add in some images. All right. So we have image 1. And then we're going to find the images here. So this is one of them, Sienna. Now I'm going to add in the rest of the images. So over here, I'll just drag that below that. And then right here, I'll choose another image. And then I will select one of the other icons that I added in my library. Now I'm gonna go ahead and add in the next 4. All right, cool. So I went ahead and I added in all of the images right here. Now we need to use the Flexbox to control it. So I'll click on the edit container. And I think by now you guys already know what to do, right? You guys are good. You guys are pros. For the direction, I want it horizontal. And then there you go, it's done. It's so simple. And then we have align items. Now we didn't use this on the previous section, but let's say for example, you guys want to align these perfectly. Notice here how they're kind of misaligned just a tad. Here we can put it in the center, right? We also have it at the end, stretched, and the start, right? So yeah, let's put mine on the center. And then we can also add gap between these elements. So if you feel like they're too big, we can go ahead and add in some gaps right there. So I'll put something like 60. And then also I want to make sure that this is no wrap, just because I want to make sure this stays under a single line. All right, so that's it. We have successfully made this section using the Flexbox containers. Now, of course, the only difference here is just padding. So I basically added padding here on the demo website. You'll see over here how it's a little bit more tight. And of course, if you do want to add padding, all you got to do over here is click on the row where you want to add padding. And then for the advanced part, you can just add in like padding, right? So for example, I'll put in like maybe like 25, 25, 25, and 25. Whoa. Not 425, just 25. There we go. So you'll see how it spaces out. Now, I'm gonna give you guys a template later, which will show you everything of what we did behind the scenes. But I just wanna show you guys how to build this from scratch, just in case you don't wanna use templates. I mean, not everyone wants to use templates, right? I totally get it. All right, cool, so let's keep going. We built that section. Now let's build this next section. We're gonna enter a 2-column row, right? 2 columns, okay. Now I'm gonna insert my template here under the header section. Okay, What I wish they would do actually, and they might add this in the future, is adding in the templates within the containers, because now I have to constantly drag these out. However, guys, this is in beta, okay? I'm sorry, this just came out of beta. So this is a stable release, but they have a lot of work to do, I think, you know? And as you guys can tell, you know, there is a little bit of work to be done. It already works great. Now we're going to use a new module called the accordion. We haven't used the accordion yet, right? So we're gonna drag in the accordion right here. And here is the same thing, right? So we have accordion 1, where we can go ahead and add in the title and the description, okay? And we can also duplicate this. So we can make a few different accordions. And under the style section, this is where you can change the title, right? So this controls the title section. So I think the only thing I really want to change here is just the font. You know, I want to keep the Popups font going. I want to keep it going, you know? And then we have the icon where you can change the alignments of the icon as well. Here you guys can see that's exactly what I did. And then the content tab, this controls the content within the actual section. Yeah, that is pretty much it. I think by now you guys know how to style this and design it and make it look however you want. Let's now build the next section over here. All right, so we're now going to add in another container here. And then we're going to throw in an image, right? So I'll take an image here. We're gonna drag it there. And then I'll choose an image. Now, me and my team, we decided to show you guys to make something else. What is on our demo website here, it is a little advanced and it's gonna take a little bit longer than we thought. You guys will get this template for free. We're gonna go ahead and make something else that looks a little bit more stylish, yet it's also very easy to make. So we're gonna select this woman right here, all right? So there's the picture of this woman. Now we're going to do the same thing here. I'm gonna drop down one more image and we're gonna put it right there. Now we're going to add the image of these two gentlemen here. Okay. Now we're gonna shrink this down a little bit. So we're gonna shrink this down, okay, to like 60%. Now over here, I wanna now add the direction of the horizontal, okay? I think we're gonna make this a little bit bigger now, right? A little bit bigger, there we go. Maybe back to 102, okay? So there is the pictures, right? Now I'm gonna right click on edit container and duplicate that. Now I wanna take this and I wanna swap it like that. The next thing I wanna do is I'm gonna add a background to this section right here. So we are now going to add a style section with a classic, and then we're gonna add a very subtle black right here. And there you go. So we decided to make this section here because the previous section required a lot of margin and padding, and I think this is actually gonna be dedicated for a whole nother video, so make sure to subscribe. Now, next we need to add some padding. You'll notice here, this text is just too close to this neighboring section, so under the 6 dots, we're now going to add some padding. So I'll add 50 pixels, maybe, I don't know, 80? 80 good? 80 pixels, and then just a little bit to the bottom. So I'll add 40 to the bottom. And there you go. So now we have this new section that we created, and it does look very stylish, and it is somewhat of a collage, but during editing, we decided to actually save this for another video because it is a little complex. So congratulations, we have successfully made this section right here. Now we're gonna go on to the next section, but I think we've already created this as our template. So up here, we'll just go ahead and insert the image boxes, right? I think that was it, image boxes, was that right? And there is our section. Now, there is a few things that we need to change. So there is a box shadow around this whole box, and there is only a box shadow on these elements right here. So let's change it to look something a little bit more like this. The first thing I wanna do is I wanna take out the box shadow that is around this entire section. So under the style section, we'll go to the border, and we're gonna click on the back to default. That is gonna take away the border around that section. Next, we're going to take this elements and we're gonna drag it inside of this box. So now they're together. And then we're gonna get rid of this one. Now we just need to use the Flexbox container and add in the direction, right? And then for the style right here, under the border, we are now going to add the box shadow there. And now we need to give it a little bit more space right here. So under the advanced section, we're going to add in some padding over here to the entire section. There we go. I think that looks much better. But you guys can see, you know, we can probably get it down to the T, but that's how you guys can create that specific section right there. All right, so I went ahead and I cleaned that up just a little bit, just to make it look a little bit more closer to the demo. Now, we're not going to make the rest of the website here. You guys see there's a lot more sections, but at this point, I think you guys have a better understanding of how to use this page builder. You guys are pros. You know, I think by now you guys have enough experience, so going through each of these columns would be a little tedious at this point. However, I do want to introduce you guys to the Elementor template section. So you guys might want to finish your website off with like a call to action like this, and Elementor does have blocks you guys can use. So here under the new section, I'll click on the templates, and here we have blocks. So here are the Elementor blocks. Now, Elementor recently had an update where they made a majority of these pro, but there are some still in the free version. I'll be honest, guys, there's really not a lot. Like if I go down right here, this block right here is in the free version. If I click on insert, I can insert this onto my website, but a majority of these are pro. If you guys do want to purchase the Pro, we do have a link in the description of this video, and that'll give you access to all of these blocks, but you guys don't have to do that just yet. So I want to use a template here to speed up the web design process instead of actually building everything from scratch. Over here under the category, I want to find a call to action section that we can use and modify instead of rebuilding everything. So I'm going to click on the hero section here, and I'm going to scroll down, and this one right here is the one that I want to use. So let's click on insert. Now, if you guys are not a member, you guys will have to probably just connect your account with Elementor. It's free. It does not cost you guys anything whatsoever. And here we have this call to action section. And you can see that we have the structure now. Very similar to this structure, except this text is a lot more smaller, you know, and they have like a background color, and that is pretty much it. So over here, you know, we'll leave it like that. And then for the schedule a visit, we'll just, we'll just put schedule a visit. Schedule a visit. Sorry guys, I have my microphone, you know, by the keyboard, so it's kind of hard to type and all that at the same time. Now this section right here, I'm just gonna delete it, right? I don't want that. And we have too much space right here. This is more for like a landing page, right? But I want to convert this into some sort of block where, you know, it fits on my website and it doesn't look like a landing page. So we need to reduce the padding. So under edit container, we'll then see minimum height. And we're just gonna reduce the height here. We'll probably put like I don't know, 55? 55 is good? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. 54, all right, 54. But now that we made this smaller, this text needs to be a little bit smaller now too. So let's reduce this over here to like 73, right? That's good. And this background, we can go ahead and change as well. You know, we can add a different color background by clicking on the 6 dots, going to style. And then for the color, obviously you guys can change this to any color that you guys want. Oh, this is an image. Let me delete that image. There we go. That's why it wasn't showing up. And then we can change this to, you know, the color that we choose, right? That green. Now, this button right here doesn't really work well. And, you know, guys, I'm lazy. I'm not going to redesign this button. So I'm going to find a button on this website here, and I'm just going to basically copy and paste it. I think the black one would be good right here. So we have this button up here. I'm going to copy this and then go back to the bottom of the website. And then I'm going to paste the style. So right here, paste style. And there you go. I want to change this to like a white, you know, or something like that. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Maybe make this more black. It's like a blue, you know. And there you go. So that's how we can create a quick call to action using the Elementor templates. And don't forget, guys, to always click on update and save your progress. Now, before we go to the next section, I just want to talk about this space here at the top. In order to get rid of this space, we now need to set the theme or the page settings to full width. Over here on the bottom left, you're going to see settings. And the current page layout is default, but there are other layouts that we can choose. There's Elementor Canvas. Elementor Canvas pretty much overrides the theme, and it basically makes the page builder doing all of the work, which we might do a little bit later, depending on if you guys want to use the page builder to build your menu or if you want to use the theme. Then we have the Elementor Full Width. Elementor Full Width will force the page builder to actually go full width, and it'll reduce any of the padding that is created by the theme. So that's how you guys can get rid of the padding above the hero image. Well, party people, that is pretty much it for the homepage section of this tutorial. Congratulations, you know, that was a lot to take in. So if you guys absorbed that and that was easy, the rest of this tutorial will be a complete breeze. All right, so in this part of the video, I'm gonna give you guys more practice using the Flexbox container. Now, in this part, I'm gonna give you guys a few different examples and just show you how to create specific sections using the new Elementor Flexbox container. So here we have two different columns, right? And we have a container within a container. So let me show you all how to recreate this. So over here, let's go ahead and grab a 2-column row. Now for the first container, we're going to throw in some heading text, and then we're also going to throw in a text editor. However, I want to add in another container here. So I'm going to drag and drop this container, and we're going to put in 2 different buttons. So button 1, and I'll just duplicate that for button 2. But I'm gonna go ahead and change the color for this because I want to show you all the difference, right? I don't want you guys to get confused on which button's which. There we go. And then on the right side, we're gonna throw in an image. Okay, let's grab an image here and let's put it with this gentleman here. So we have the elements in place. Now we need to use the Flexbox to dictate and control where these elements go. So for example, here I'm gonna click on this first one and I want to make sure that this is centered, okay? And also I wanna make sure that this is center in the middle, right? Now notice how only this text goes, but these ones don't. These don't go because they're already being controlled by another Flexbox container. And the text editor actually acts independently. It's one of the only few elements that act independently because if you click on the elements and go to style, it actually has the own alignment right here. So yeah, it does act independent. Now we're going to click on the next one here. And I just want to change the direction. And you can also change the position, right? Between center, to the end, to space around, and all these other options right here. So I'll just leave it at center. And then of course we throw in a little bit of space here. And there you go. So now you'll see that we have completely recreated this section using the Flexbox containers. It's a pretty simple example. So let's go to the next one. So next I'll be showing you how to create a grid layout for your images. Notice here how we have these images, and these images are spread all the way till the end of the page right here. And this was all done using Flexbox. So let me show you guys how I quickly did this. So let's go ahead and make a new section, and we're just gonna create one section here, one directional row, and we're just going to drag in the image right here. So image, and then we'll change the image to this one right here. And we're gonna add in one more image. And then we'll use this guy right here. Now there is one caveat with using this strategy. The caveat is these images must be the same size. If they are a little different, what's gonna happen here is the images will actually look a little distorted and give you a more masonry look. For example, let me just go ahead and upload one that's not the same size just to show you guys. Notice here how this image is a little bit larger than the other ones. So if you want like a really nice clear layout, they will have to be the same size. So going back to our original example, I'm going to now duplicate this, and we're also going to duplicate this. So now you guys can see that we have these 4 images, but there is still work to do. So I'll click on edit container here. Now for the gap between elements, I want to select this as 0. And just remember, you guys can also reverse this layout as well. But let's change it back to horizontal. Now you can see here how there's a lot of space here. And what I wanna do is I wanna reduce the space. Now you guys might notice that there is space here on the left and the right side. So all we have to do here is change this to full width, and that's it. So now you guys will see that it stretches all the way across to the website. And we have just a little bit of space here on the bottom and the top right here and also the side. So all you gotta do is go to the advanced, just put 0. And there you go. So now you'll see that there's no space, and there's also no space on the left side or on the right side or the top or the bottom. That's just a cool trick you guys can use if you want to like implement images that spread across your website. All right, so next I'll show you guys how to recreate this specific section here. On the left side, we have an image, and then we have these 2 blurbs. And these 2 blurbs are contained within this container. So I'll walk you guys through on how I did this. So over here, let's go ahead and go to a 2-column row. And we're first gonna grab an image, all right? And then I'll change the image here to this guy here. Then I'll grab an icon box. So icon box, drag that in there. I'll quickly design this. So now that I finished designing this element, I'm quickly just going to go ahead and duplicate it. Once that's done, I'm going to click on the Flexbox here, and I'm going to tell them I want this in a horizontal manner, right? And next, I want to go to the align items, and I want to put this in the center. And just remember, if you guys want to change the position of this, like for example, maybe you want to A/B split test and you want to put this image on the right side, you can do that actually using this container here by just changing it to reversed. And there you go. So that's how you guys can create that section using the Flexbox containers. Let's do another example. All right, so next let me show you guys how to create a landing page with the Flexbox containers. So this is just a basic ordinary, call to action. So we have the title, we have some description, and then we just have a general button. So let me show you all how to recreate this using the Flexbox containers. So let's go ahead and go to a new section here. All right, but this time we're gonna select this one right here. Now we're just gonna throw all these elements together. We're just gonna throw them on there. We're gonna throw in a heading. Then we're going to put in some text editor. Then we're just gonna throw in a button. There we go, there it goes. And with the power of video editing, you guys can see I have now changed this to fit this scheme right here. So I just changed the font and the colors. I didn't really change anything of the position. I have now changed the fonts and everything to match these other color schemes up here. I just copied and pasted the style. That's all I did. Now let's make some more space on this container because you can see how this is too scrunched. So first, let's go ahead and go to this container, right? And we're gonna change the minimum height. Now, sometimes there's a bug with Elementor. If you type something in and you leave it, sometimes you can tell that nothing happens, right? I don't know why this is the case. You can see that I set it for 80. You guys will have to actually manually drag this in here, and that's where it actually starts to work, guys. So yeah, I'm just the middle guy, so I'll report that bug to Elementor, but that's how you can adjust the minimum heights. The next thing that I want to do is you can see here that the direction is vertical, right? And I want to keep it vertical because if I change this, it's going to, look all distorted and stuff like that. So here we go. We have set to vertical. Now I also want to center this content. And next we have align items, and I want to align this in the center. And there you go. So now you'll see that this is perfectly aligned in the center of our landing page. Now I'm gonna quickly add a little add a background here because this is really bland, really boring. Let's go and add a quick little background image here. Okay, and there is our background. Now there's a few things I want to sort of talk about just in case you want to change stuff, right? Let's say, for example, you guys wanted to add another button. Now, if you add another button here, you're gonna notice that it only goes below it, right? And there's no way on how you can align this. So if you wanna add another button, all you gotta do here is just add another container. And within this container, you're just going to put these buttons in the container here, right? There you go. And then from here, you're gonna control these two buttons. So just like we control this text, you'll now control these two buttons. So it's like, you know what? I want it horizontal, and I also want it, in the center, right? So that's how you can create that style, because many websites do use two buttons. Now, also, you guys might notice that this is a little bit too long, right? On the first example, you'll see how it's a little bit tighter, right? So if it spreads across too much, what we can do is we can change the width of this entire section. So using these 6 dots up here, we'll go to the layout. Now I'm gonna say, you know what? I wanna reduce the width here. And you can keep reducing it until you sort of get an effect and style that you want, right? So I'll go ahead and just put it right, I don't know, what's good there? 800, right? 800 is good. And then if this looks a little weird, you guys can change the alignment, right? So remember earlier how I mentioned that sometimes you guys will have to manually change the alignment for the text. We'll change that, and we'll also go to the style and change that right there. So that's how you can recreate a landing page. So if you guys are building like a landing page or something and you want like just a traditional, call to action, header text, that's how you guys would do it using the Flexbox container. So I hope that helped. Let's go on and go to the next example. All right, in this next example, I'll be showing you guys how to use the align content. Now, earlier in this video, you've noticed that we've pretty much used the direction, the justify content, align items, and then also like gap between elements. But we haven't really been using the align content. There is some uses for this, and I'll give you guys an example right here. So you can see here how we can actually control these elements within this box. So you'll see that there's a few different options, right? But most of you who are using this, when you guys used it, you probably saw that nothing was happening, right? So let me walk you through on how to use the wrap with the align content. All right, so let's walk you guys through this. So first I'll click on the plus, and we're gonna click the 2-column row. And then we're gonna start throwing in some elements. But before I do that, I wanna make sure that this is a vertical just so they stack on top of each other. All right, so heading. And then we'll throw in the text editor. And then we're gonna throw in the button below that. Next, I wanna add in some space. So you guys notice that this is too tight right here, right? So I can't really even show you guys what we're gonna be doing because we need to make this a little bit larger. So for the edit container, I wanna make this a little bit larger, right? We'll just do we'll do 500 pixels. I think that's good. Now we're going to adjust the direction and then also the align items. So first I'm going to make this horizontal, right? So now we have these 3 elements there. They're kind of scrunched up, looking weird. And now we're going to align the items in the center. And then I'm going to wrap it. And when I wrap it, it's now going to stack these elements in a specific style. So now we have the align content where we can go ahead and center this. We can use the flex start, the flex end, and these other various options. So when I first used Flexbox, I'll be very honest, I was pretty much dumbfounded on the align content, and it wasn't until I had to go through documentation and really learn how to use the align content. So if you guys are wondering what that option was, now you guys know. So with that said, let's go to the next section. All right, so now that you guys are professionals with Elementor, now we're gonna make the rest of the website. So we're gonna make the About Us page and then the Contact Us page, and I'll also give you guys some freebies in this part of the video. You guys are lucky, all right? So let's go ahead and jump back to the video. What's up, party people, and welcome to the next section. So now that we know how to use the page builder and we know how to use the Flexbox container, now let's finish the rest of the website. Now we're gonna import a free template for the About Us and the contact page, and then I'll show you how to integrate the contact form so you can send messages directly to your email inbox. So right here, let's click on About Us. Now, if it's your very first time using the page builder, you'll have to actually click on Edit Page, and then you will click on Edit with Elementor in the back end up here. So it'll look something like this, right? I don't know, sometimes that happens. It goes on and off. It has like its own little, it's like a love-hate relationship it has going on. So go ahead and turn on the builder. All right, so the page builder has loaded. Now I wanna get rid of this title really quick. So to get rid of the title, you'll go over here to Settings, and then you'll click on Page Layouts and click on Elementor Full Width. That'll get rid of the title. Now over here, let's click on this folder. Now, when you guys use Elementor, you guys do get access to various templates. There are some that are free and there are some that are pro. The ones that don't have the pro at the top right, those are the free templates. They don't have a lot, they don't have too many for the container just yet. Also, they have blocks as well. And I believe most of these now are, I wanna say almost all of them are pro. There are some here that you guys can use, like this one here is free. I don't like how they do this because it forces you to keep scrolling and scrolling and trying to find something that works for you. But I think they just want you to upgrade to the pro. That's why they keep, that's why they keep doing that. But let me show you guys how to import a template really quick. So to import a template, you'll see this Import Template button. Go ahead and click on that. And now you'll click on Select File. Now in the image file that you guys downloaded, there's going to be an About Us and a Contact JSON file. These are the files that you're just going to import. So I'll go ahead and click on the About, and then I'll click on Open. And now you'll see at the top right here, we have the About. So I'll click on Insert, and then I'll click on Apply. All right, so you see the template has successfully imported. Now all you guys will have to do here is you'll just have to go style this. For example, you'll just go ahead and change this to, whites and stuff like that, and then change the typography. But all the elements are in line. You can see that it imported successfully. Yeah, you guys can go ahead and access this layout. It is in the image folder under the about.json. That is the About Us page, right? And of course, you guys can use this to practice. You can, move stuff around, see how we did it. Because I don't want to go through every single container and show you guys exactly what we did, because this video can get really, really long. But you guys can explore this on your own time now that you're familiar with the container and the Elementor page builder. So I'll go ahead now and click on Update, and then let's view the page. All right, cool. So here is the About, and you can see everything imported successfully. And there you go. You guys now have a About Us page that looks great, and with some small touches and some good touch-ups, you guys can make this look really nice. All right, so now that we have the About Us, let's go to the Contact page. And we're also going to turn on the builder. So here we go. We have Edit with Elementor. Let's turn on the builder. And we're gonna do the same thing here. So again, Settings, We're going to change this to Elementor full width. Now, there is an option in the theme customizer, so we don't have to keep doing that. And we'll talk more about that when we go to the theme customizer settings, which is actually the very next section. So right here, let's go ahead and do the same thing, right? We've got the upload, select file, and the contact us, and I'll click on open. Here is the contact, and I'll click on insert, and then I'll click on apply. Also, don't forget to get rid of the page layout here and hide the title. That'll get rid of the title and also hide that bar above the template. So let's now integrate the contact form. So I'll go ahead and click on updates. Now you guys can do this through the page builder, but I don't really like doing it. Like for example, you type in WP forms here and you drag in this form. You'll have to create the form, but I want to show you guys how to do it from the back end because you have a lot more control. So let's go ahead and click on leave. Now let's click on the WordPress logo at the top left. All right. Notice here we have WP Forms, and you guys probably saw this the entire time we were building this website. On the left side, you're going to see WP Forms as well. Go ahead and click on WP Forms. So we don't have any forms yet, so we're going to scroll down here and click on Create Your Form. All right, so let's click on Let's Go. Now I want to just create a simple contact form. Now I will be having a tutorial on this specific contact form where you can integrate payment gateways and upload forms and tons of stuff. But we're just going to use this just for like a simple contact form. So right here, just click on Use Template. All right, and here is the simple contact form. Now you guys can drag and drop these elements. Like for example, if you want to drag in like multiple choice right here, you can drag in multiple choice, and then you can change the choice. Like this is going to be like a web design, right? Or SEO packages, right? Or the third one will be like custom development. And then this can be like what services do you need? You can also put like price here, like what is your budget? I mean, you can think of anything that you want to make any sort of contact form you want, right? But I'll be having another video on this, so I'll go ahead and put that in the description below once I make it. Yeah, that's pretty much the basics of this. Like it's a drag and drop, right? You can just simply drag and drop elements here. Over here under add fields, you'll just go ahead and drag and drop anything. And then of course you can make this to your heart's content. All right. Let's just click on save here really quick. And now I'm going to click on close. Now we do have a simple contact form and we do have this short code. Now there's two ways to do this. All right. I'll show you guys both ways. You know, you guys are bright people, so I'll just show you guys how to do this both ways. So let's go to the contact page and then let's click on edit with Elementor. So once you guys load the builder, there's two ways you guys can do this, and I'll show you guys both ways because in the future, you guys might get short codes from other plugins and you might not know where to put that, right? So I'll go ahead and type in short code here, right? We have short code and I'll drag that there. And then I'll just paste that short code right there. And this will propagate the form. You guys can also do this using the WP Forms widgets. Now they have an integration that works directly with Elementor. So for example, under search widgets, if I type in WP Forms, you'll see that this widget displays. And I'll just drag and drop that right here. And then I'll find the form, right? Which was the simple contact form. So they both achieve the same results. Over here under display options, you do have a little bit more control. Like you can add the form name and also the form description, right? So that is a small benefit with using the elements. I'll go ahead and click on update. And now let's exit this and click on view page. We're gonna go ahead and fill out this form now. Daryl Wilson, I need a web design, right? We're gonna put my email here and then we'll put howdy. And then I'll click on submit. All right, cool. So this should go directly to my email inbox. Now there are a few settings that you might want to take a look at really quick. So let's go back over here to our dashboard and I'll just walk you through some of those options. Over here, we'll go to WP Forms and then we'll click on all forms. Now let's click on edit under the simple contact form. So on the left side, you're gonna see settings. Now, if you want to change the name of your contact form, you can change it right here. Under the submit button text, if you don't want it to say submits, if you want to say something else, you can do that. And then also you can change the submit button processing text. So instead of sending, it can be like a mailing or anything that you want, just in case you want to change that interface. And then over here, we have notifications. Let's click on that, done. All right, another pop-up. All right, we're gonna close that. So here we have send to email address. Now by default, it's going to send the emails to the email that is registered with WordPress. Okay, so it's going to go through your server. If you want to change this, you would go ahead and add in the email address right here. For example, this is my Portuguese YouTube channel. And then also you can put a comma and send it to various addresses. So if you want it to go to various ones, you can also do that right here. Now, when you get the email, this is the subject line. So you'll know it's come from your website, right? So over here, I'll put Daryl Testing instead, right? Just because I want to know that it came from my specific website, so it doesn't get lost and buried under the thousands of emails, right? And then here we have the from email. This is just going to say where the email came from. And then you have reply to, and then email message. This is all propagated when they fill out the form. You'll see all this information in the email that you receive. So let's check the email. And you can see right here, I now have the email right in my inbox. So I'll go ahead and open it. And now you'll see that we have the message from our website. So we have successfully integrated our contact form onto our website. I will be having a full dedicated video on this specific plugin because there is a lot to cover. So when I make that video, I will put that in the description below of this video. All right, party people, welcome to the theme customizer section of this video. So in this part of the video, I'll show you how to fully utilize the theme customizer. Now, let me reiterate here. Every theme has different theme options. So if you guys go from Astra to Bloxy, from Bloxy to Neve to Cadence, all of these themes have different options. Themes also do offer unique features like scroll to top buttons and also breadcrumbs that you can add on your websites. You guys can switch between themes and you guys will not lose any of your work. So if you guys are building your website and then you want to switch to themes, you guys can go ahead and do that without losing any of the work you've done with the page builder. So in this part of the video, I'll introduce you guys to the theme customizer and a list of the options and features that they offer. You guys ready? Let's get started. All right, now let's talk about the theme customizer. So this whole time we're building the website, you guys notice that we have this header here at the top, and then we also have this footer here at the bottom. This is where the theme customizer comes into play. Now to turn on the theme customizer, up here under customize, you'll just click on customize, and this will turn on the customizer. So this is the Bloxy theme customizer. And on the left side, we have a few options, right? We have the general options, which generally control like the general options and styling of your websites. Here we have post types. This is just for blog posts. Then we have pages, and then we also have core. Core is referring to things like the site identity. Also, you can adjust your homepage settings and stuff like that. But first, let's go ahead and click on header. Now, when you're using these themes, probably the most important aspect of these themes is the header and footer builder, and that pretty much allows you to build custom headers and footers the way you want it. So here we have a drag and drop builder, right? Now, we have 3 rows. We have 1 row, 2 rows, and 3 rows. And you can drag and drop these elements onto any of these rows. For instance, we have the logo here on the first row. We have a search bar on the second row. And then we have the menu here at the 3rd row. So you can actually use all 3 of these rows to build out your header. But I don't want the search, so I'm going to get rid of the search. Now over here on the left side, you're gonna see you have a few elements. You have the account, button, HTML, and some other options. So I'm gonna take the button over here, all right? And I'm gonna drag it there. I'll take the menu, I'll put it there. And then I'll take this, we'll take the logo and we'll put it back over here. You know, it's I don't know why it's way over there. Now to upload your logo, all you'll do here is click on logo, and this is where you can upload your logo. If you guys don't have a logo yet, you guys can use the one I gave you guys, but if you want a custom one, let me show you a quick website on where to get one. This is Fiverr.com. You guys can access this website. There is a link in the description to Fiverr.com. Now this website is a marketplace for various freelancers, and logo design is one of them. So when you guys get here, you can type in logo design and then click on search. Now this website has logo makers for really, really cheap, and they also do have some really expensive logo makers as well. It really depends on your budget, right? So for example, you'll see that you can get a logo here for as little as $15 or $25, $10, 80 bucks. And you can actually filter here based off the budget. So if you want to buy something under 30 bucks, you would just select under 30 and then click on apply. And then it'll filter and give you some freelancers who can make some logos for you guys really cheap. And it looks like they're used by a lot of reputable companies. For example, Microsoft uses this guy. Upwork uses this guy, so does YouTube and 99 Designs. So you can see that these designers, they are pretty talented, and even large corporate companies use them for their projects. Now, one tip of advice: never, ever, ever use those free logo websites, because those logos are used by hundreds of thousands of people, and you can never claim rights to that logo. So if you ever use like a free logo website and it becomes successful, then you can't really change your logo, or I'm sorry, you can't use that logo because it's used by other people. So you want to make sure that you guys use a website where you get a unique logo that is not used by anyone else. So spend a few bucks, get a really nice logo, and once you guys do that, you can then upload it to your websites. So let's go back to our website here, and we'll just use the demo logo that I gave all of you guys in the folder that you guys downloaded. So right here, select the logo. Now there's various logos here, like there's this one, there's tons of logos that I added in there, but I want to use the catalyst and then click on select. All right, so the logo is actually up there, but you just can't see it yet. We can see the green line, so we know it's there, but since it's using white text, it doesn't display well. Don't worry, we'll change all of that in just a bit. Now I want to get rid of the site title here. I just want the logo to display. I don't really want the site title to show up. Now, since I can't see white text right here, we have a few options, right? We can either Photoshop the logo and make it black, right? Or we can change the background here and change the color. So under the main row, under the design right here, we can go ahead and change the background color. So I can, put any color I want. So we can put this to like a black, or even like a gradient. We can change this to a gradient. And yeah, you guys can go ahead and mess around with these options right here if you want to adjust the color of the row. Now just remember that this row is referring to only this row. If you want to change the background color for this one, like for example, I'll put the button up there, then you'll have the option to also change the color for this row as well. So for example, if you want to change that to blue, you can do that. So you can change the color for every single row right here. But I don't want three columns. That's way too much. So I think 2 is just good, or one column is good enough. Next, you guys might notice that we can't really see this text that well because it's blue, and also it's transparent. So we can change the color of the text as well. So if I click on the menu 1, here we'll have the design option. And this is where we can change like the font color. So if I change this all to like white, you guys will see that all the changes to white, right? And under the general, they do have another styling options like style 2, type 4, type 3. And it's just, it's just different ways and, things on how you can style the menu. So you guys might not notice, but there's blue lines, above the menu. So it's just different ways on, the underline, and stuff like that. I'll just leave mine as type 1 for now. And if you want to design the button as well, we can go ahead and design the button by going to design here and then changing the font and then also changing the button color. I want a transparent menu. So you guys might have noticed that on the demo website, we have a transparent menu, but on this website, we don't. So I want to now add a transparent header. So let's go over here to headers and click on global header. And now I want to click on transparent functionality. What that's going to do here is that's actually going to create a transparent header where the background disappears and only the menu displays without a background. It also pushes up the website a little bit more. So if you guys do decide to have a transparent menu, you guys might have to add some margin here so it's not so close to the top, okay? Yeah, I'll leave mine as transparent. Now there is another really cool option here, which is display conditions. You can actually display the transparent header on specific parts of your website. Now, you guys might want to have the transparent menu only on the home page, right? And then the other pages, you might just want like a normal menu, right? That's a normal practice for web design. So over here under the entire website, there are conditions. And what I want to do over here is scroll down and we're going to find page ID. So I want to add this only on the home page. And the rest of the website is just going to have a normal menu, okay? So here I'll click on Save Conditions. Now we set this to a transparent menu, right? This row right here still has design options. So whatever you leave this at, this will be for the rest of the websites, okay? So here I'll just change the menu to like a more subtle, a dark color right there, okay? And then I'll click on Publish. So I pretty much set the display conditions for the actual header, right? So once I actually go back here, you're now going to see the transparent menu right there. Just make sure you click publish again. Sometimes it doesn't load or it might be weird. So just click publish until it's grayed out. And now let's take a look at our menu. And as you guys can tell, that transparent menu really added a lot to the website. It looks a lot more elegant, and you can see here how there is no color for our menu. But let's now click on the Contact Us page. Now you can see that we have this different color because we set specific conditions. So we only want the transparent menu on the home page, and then for the rest of the website, we'll just use like a normal color, which is what most websites do because it just makes things easier to navigate for users. So let's go back to the home page and let's turn on the theme customizer. All right, so that is the header builder in a nutshell. Now there are other options here like general. Now I'm not gonna go through all of these settings here, show you guys one or two. Like for example, the scroll to top is a cool feature. And that's basically when users scroll down here, at the bottom right, there is this scroll to top where if they click on it, it'll bring them to the top of the website. We also have like the website frame where you can add a frame to your website and then even change the color, right? I mean, it's pretty neat, it's pretty cool. There's a lot of nice use cases for it. Generally have never used one. I mean, there could be scenarios where we do use website frames. I've never used them in my whole web design career. Now there are other options here like buttons and stuff like that. These are global options and the page builder is doing a majority of the work. Like for example, the layout. We're already using Elementor to control the layout of this website. So it's not really practical to use a theme customizer and then also use Elementor at the same time because many times in WordPress, the page builder settings and the theme settings collide, which is very, very common. So if you're using the page builder, just use the page builder. If you guys just want to use a theme customizer, just use the theme customizer, okay? Really quick though, let's go ahead and change, we're gonna change that, that button at the top right there. So I'm gonna go ahead and put in a, let's see, we'll put in a different color here. Let's go ahead and throw in a different color. All right, there we go. We're gonna change that button to the green color scheme that we've been using on the rest of the websites. So let's go back. Now we have the footer. Now the footer is also a very important part of the theme. So if you scroll to the bottom here, you guys can see that we finished our website right here, but we don't have any footers. So this is where we can build a footer. So for example, I'll drag and drop widget area 1, widget area 2, and also widget area 3. So the first option is this little plus box. This will actually give you access to the Gutenberg blocks. So I'll click on add a block, and then we have some elements that we can add in the widget area. But I'll click on browse all, and this will actually show you a list of a majority of the widgets you guys can use. You guys can use plugins to get even more widgets, but I think we got enough here, So yeah, this definitely is enough. So first let's add in a paragraph, right? So let's find the paragraph. Here we go, paragraph. And this will be like about us, right? So there is the about us. I'll go ahead and double click on this and bold it. And for the next block, we will add in like let's see, we can add in like a separator, right? Separator, good, yeah. So let's add in another block here. I'll click on plus, and then we'll throw in another paragraph. Then I'll put in some demo contents. I'll paste it in there. And there you go. So now we have the about us, and then we have just some description about our business. Now let's add another widget in widget area 2. So I'll go back over here to the plus, browse all, and let's find pages. I believe there's one for pages, right? Yeah, page list. Page list will display all the pages on your website. And believe it or not, people really do use this to look for pages on websites. I've been told that, and I've actually ran a survey, and people really do look for pages at the bottom of the footer. I don't know why, guys. It's a mystery to me because I never look for it. Yeah, people really do look for pages here on websites at the bottom of footers. Yeah, let's add a heading to the top there, right? So let's click on the plus, and we're now going to find the heading. We should always add a title between all of these, right? And this will be like pages. Now this is below that, so we can take this and put it above there. This is an H2 tag. It looks like by default it added that. And to add an H2 tag, like for example, we'll go back to widget area 1 here, and we'll change it so it all makes sense. Here we go, heading, and then H2. There we go. All right, cool. Now let's do the last one here. So we'll add in a heading, put it in the heading, And this will be like a contact us. Now I'm going to add my Pinterest. So I'll go to browse all and we're going to find Pinterest. Now I have used the social icons, but the social icons never work well for me with Gutenberg. If you guys do want to add social icons, I highly recommend adding a social icon plugin and then using those plugins that'll propagate some widgets for you, because the default ones never work for me. I don't know, maybe I'm not doing something right. I've tested it out before this video and man, it did not work for me. So I'm going to put in my Pinterest. I think it's here somewhere. Did I pass it? Oh, there it is at the bottom. And I'm gonna put in my Pinterest URL and click on embed. All right, cool. So now you guys can see users can actually scroll my Pinterest right here. And it does take a little space. Yeah, that's how you guys can integrate Pinterest, pages, and then also just make a quick little about us section for the footer of your website. Now you guys can also change the color of this as well. So just like the header, it works the same way for the footer, right? So for the design section, you guys can go ahead and change like the row background right here. And here are the design options for the footer. You can also change like the column layout. So if you want like 4 columns, you can do that. And then you can add in another widget right here. But I think 3 is good for me, but you guys are more than welcome to go here and explore these options and create more columns on your footer. Just remember to click on publish once you guys are done changing stuff and saving stuff, because you don't want to lose your progress. All right, let's go back here and we'll go back one more time. Now, another really important option in the theme customizer here is the site identity. Here at the top, you guys see that I went to my Pinterest and I grabbed this URL. You can see that Pinterest has this logo right here. If you guys want your website to have this logo here at the top, this is where you can insert it. So for site identity, I'll click on select site icon. So I'm gonna select this image right here and click on select. I'll now go ahead and just crop it and then click on crop image. Now you'll see that there is a preview there at the top left where we have a quick little preview of our site icon. So you guys can add any image that you guys want there, and that will showcase on browsers when people visit your websites. Next, let's click on publish. Now just remember that for the homepage settings, when you guys are building your website, whatever homepage you want to apply here, you'll simply just go ahead and set it right there. Also, we have the post page. So I will be having a dedicated video on blog posts. However, if you guys do want to create a blog post page and create a blog post, I'll walk you guys through on how to do that. First, let's just create the blog page. I like this because there's a quick one how to make one. So here we go. We're gonna make our blog page, right? Now we're gonna do everything through the theme customizer. You can do it through the theme customizer and you can also do it through the backend, right? Now here is our blog page, right? But I also wanna add it to the menu. Let's use a theme customizer now. I think you guys are ready here. So we have the menus, right? Now here is our current menu. And over here, we're gonna go scroll down. Add items. And now we're going to see the blog page, right? So this is the actual blog page. You can see this is the post page. I'll add that to the menu. I'll rearrange this, right? And then click on publish. Here, let's put that right there. There we go. And then click on publish. All right, cool. So now you'll see that we have our blog page. And if I click on the blog, you'll see that all of the blog posts that you create will be propagated right here. But before we jump into the blog page really quick, let's just go back and make sure we covered all these other options. Now here we have the blog post, right? And here you can create different structures. So notice here how the blog post section, we have a grid. But you can also change that to classic, right? And that's gonna change the layout of all of your blog posts on your blog page. So you'll notice here how it has this style as well. I like this one, I like the simple. I think this is a really clean and neat way on how to present your blog post. So this is the section that controls the actual area where your blog posts are propagated. Now for the actual blog post itself, this is the single post. Now we're gonna make a blog post right now, but this is where you guys can actually change the design of it. So that's pretty much the theme customizer summed up. Let's now click on publish. Now I'm just gonna touch base on how to make a blog post, but I'm not really gonna go into detail about all the elements that you can use because it can get quite long, but I don't wanna leave you guys hanging. I do wanna show you guys how to at least make blog posts. So up here under plus new, you'll click on post. Now go ahead and give your blog post a name. This is gonna be something like top 10 reasons to work in corporate. Now on the bottom right, you're going to see featured image. This is the image that's going to represent your article. So I'll go ahead and click on an image here. Click on set featured image. And right here is where you can start typing away. So I'm going to insert some quick demo content. All right, I went to my secret website and now we're going to paste in the demo content. All right, there we go. And once you guys are done blogging and typing in all of this stuff, you guys can publish the article. Now, if you guys do want to add an image here, I'll just walk you guys through on how to do that. Here is the Gutenberg elements, where you can go ahead and insert these elements onto your blog post. So I'll just grab in a quick image here. I'll get one from our media library. And then we'll use this guy here, these guys right here. And then it'll upload that image. And we can shrink it down a little bit just so it's not so giant. And then I'll click on publish and publish. Now let's take a look at our blog post. Here I'll click on view post. And here is our blog post. We have 10 reasons to work in corporates. What is lorem ipsum? We have the image. And if we scroll down, people can leave nice comments here on our blog post. Now we need to add the featured image. I'm not sure why it didn't show up, but it's probably in the theme customizer settings. If you ever find something's wrong on your website, there probably is a setting in the theme customizer that you might need to adjust. So let's go back to the theme customizer. All right, so let's go to single post. And if we scroll down, you're gonna see post elements. I'm not sure why featured image is turned off by default. It should always be turned on. This will actually propagate the image. You can also put share boxes and author boxes and post tags and post navigation. You can add all these elements to your blog post, right? So if you scroll down, you're gonna see we have share boxes and then some other information like post navigation and stuff like that. So you guys can go ahead and change the structure of your single post using these options in the theme customizer. All right, so next let's click on publish. And now let's close the theme customizer. Now, sometimes when you close the theme customizer, some of the settings might not display. This is very common with WordPress, and this is due to caching. So up here, I'll click on purge this page. So now you guys will see that the image displays. Now, the reason why that happens is because your server is actually showing you old copies of your website. So you might need to clear your cache where it basically refreshes your website so your server pulls the most up-to-date version of your website. Now, before we go on to the next section, I want to quickly fix the rest of the homepage. You guys notice here that since we added the transparent header, this actually pushed the website up a little bit. Let's fix that really quick. So let's go ahead and turn on the builder. All right, so since we lost the background here, I want to push this a little bit more so there's more space because as you guys can see, it's just a little bit too close to the menu. So I'm gonna right click and edit container, which is this container up here, but sometimes it disappears because it's behind the menu. So that's one way on how to access it. And all you have to do here for padding is just put in some padding. So I'll put in like 120 pixels or 130 or 140. Also, we might want to add some here to the bottom. We'll add 50 to the bottom. And there you go. So now you'll see that it looks much better and it's not so close to the menu. So that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead now, click on update. All right, party people, well, that is pretty much it for the design aspect of this website. I've showed you guys how to use the page builder and also how to use the theme customizer. Now we're gonna optimize our website for all mobile devices. Well, congrats, party people. At this point, you guys are becoming pros, right? After using Elementor for like an hour or two, you guys will definitely get the hang of it. Now, in this next section, we are going to fully optimize our website for all mobile devices. I think as a beginner, you know, most people tend to neglect mobile optimization and tablet optimization because they're building their website on the computer and they're like, well, it looks fine right here, you know, and it's like, guys, there are more mobile users than desktop users, so you really want to make sure that your website is optimized for tablet and mobile devices. So in this part of the video, I'll show you how to fully optimize your website for all devices. We'll first optimize it for tablets, and then once we're done with that, I'll show you how to fully optimize it for mobile devices. Then we're gonna run it through the Google Mobile Friendly Checker and get that green check mark so that your website will be fully optimized for the search results. All right, party people, welcome to the mobile optimization section. So in this part of the video, I'll be showing you all how to fully optimize your website for all mobile devices. So I'll first show you how to optimize it for tablets, and then I'll show you how to do it for mobile. Then we're going to run it through the Google Mobile Friendly test, and this will tell us if our website is fully mobile optimized. Now, we have some work to do because our website is definitely not mobile optimized. Now, to get started, let's first turn on the page builder. So up here, click on Edit with Elementor. I think today most users tend to neglect mobile optimization, but just remember, there are more mobile users than desktop users, so you really want to make sure that your website is fully optimized. Now here at the bottom left, you guys are going to see this responsive mode. Go ahead and click on responsive mode. Now this is our current view from our websites on a desktop. This is the current view for our websites on a tablet, and as you can tell, we have a little bit of work to do. And then this is the mobile view for our websites on mobile devices. So if someone comes like on an iPhone or something, this is what they're gonna see. So yeah, we have a lot of work to do, right? But let's first optimize our website for tablets. Now there are a few strategies here, and I'll give you a strategy that I've been using for a very long time. In fact, I use this on my website. Now for the landing page, I always recommend to create a whole new section strictly for mobile users. So what that means is I want to create a whole section that only people on the tablet and mobile will see. There are a few reasons on why I do this. One of the reasons is I cannot delete images on the website. If I delete something here, that will reflect the entire website. However, you can make a new section and then you can add and delete sections strictly for some devices. Let me give you an example here. I'm first going to optimize this text right here. Obviously it's too big, right? Now, here you're gonna see this little tablet. This is where mobile optimization options are located. Over here under style, you're gonna see topography. And now you'll see that we have this little icon, right? We have desktop, tablet, and mobile. Now, right now I'm editing it for tablet. So here you can see, we can edit here for tablet, right? But the issue here is if you guys want a landing page with just text and a call to action, we can't use this image right here. Now you can if you choose to do that, but just remember for our mobile device, this also will be showing as well. So if I change this to mobile, you're gonna see that the device is there, right? So I recommend basically just creating a whole new section. And to do that, all we're gonna do here is duplicate this section, and then we're going to adjust it as needed. So hear me out here. Right click on this, we're going to duplicate this. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically saying I want to create a section strictly for mobile users. So now I can delete this. I can delete that. And now we have this section right here. Now the first thing I want to do is I want to disable this section for the other devices. So I'm going to right click, edit container. We're going to go to advanced. And if we scroll down to responsive, I want to hide this on the tablet. And I also want to hide this on the mobile. So now this landing page will only be displayed for desktop users. Now I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to right click, edit container, and then for the responsive, I'm now going to hide this on desktop. And what that means is basically saying this is only going to display for the tablet and mobile. So now we can work freely on this section and not have to worry about interfering or moving column sections or deleting images, because now we have a dedicated page strictly for tablet and mobile. So let's optimize it. Here we go, your business. I wanna make sure that this is centered, right? So for the tablet, it is centered. And then also we have this divider right here. Now, if you can't click on it, use the navigator here, and the navigator will open this up. And then for the alignment, we'll put this in the center. Now the text here, you guys can make this bigger or you can make it smaller. So for example, for the size, we can make this a little bit larger, right? There we go, like that. And then also we can increase the column size. So for this specific column, I want to make this width a little bit larger, right? A little bit bigger, right? And then we can center align it. So going back to the heading text, alignment, center, and then we'll do the same thing for these elements here, all right? Style, tablet, center, and then also for this container here as well, we need to center align this as well. So we're going to go to the container settings, and then for the justify content for tablets, I want to center that. And there you go. So now you guys can see this looks much better, right? I mean, it's straightforward. It doesn't have the image here to sort of bump. You guys can use this landing page. I just like a more dedicated landing page, and I got inspiration from Skype.com. So this is Skype.com. Now, if you guys go to Skype.com, you guys will see that we have the heading text, the subtext, and the button. Very similar to our website. And then we have the image on the right side. But if we take a look at what they've done for mobile devices, you'll see that this right here is their tablet view, and then also this is their mobile view. So what they've done is they basically just made it very easy for people to just click on it with tablet and mobile devices by just having the text, button, and then they threw the image here at the bottom. We could have done the same, but I just wanted to get rid of it because I just felt like it's not needed. So going back to our website, we now have the same thing, right? We have the text. We have, actually this might be too big, right? Style, let's make this a little bit smaller, right? There we go. And then we have like the button here. So, I mean, this makes much more sense, and I think this is a really clean, easy landing page for tablet users. So now that we optimized the landing page, now let's go to the next section. Now, first off, this section here needs to be realigned. So for the alignments, we'll select center. Next, we have this next section. Now, there's various ways on how we can optimize this. However, when you're using the Flexbox container, you always want to make sure to see if you can adjust the columns first before you adjust the elements. For example, up here, I'll click on the 6 dots, and we have our previous settings from the desktop version. However, now we can adjust it strictly for tablet and also mobile. So you'll see here how we have vertical, right? And let's be honest, 3 columns on a tablet, it just doesn't work out. It's messy, it looks ugly, and I don't think this looks good at all. And instead of actually optimizing all of these elements inside of this and trying to force it to fit, we can use the Flexbox over here and say, you know what, I want to select this vertically. Or we can do something like reverse. It just really depends on how you want to approach it. And then from here, then you can start designing the elements within these columns. But this is a really quick section to optimize because you'll see that this looks really, really nice. And if you want to adjust these elements inside of the columns, then you can click on the element here and then you can design it strictly for tablets. I personally like the style of this. We could go with the center approach as well if you guys want to do that. For instance, if you want to go over here to style and you want to optimize all of these and put these in the center, you can see that these are all for tablets. We can go ahead and do it like that. Or you can go with this approach and just have it on the left side. Either way, I think both of them work actually. If I saw this website from like the left perspective or the right perspective, I would just assume it's like the style, and it kind of works, So that's how you guys can quickly optimize the column sections for tablet and also mobile. So let's go ahead and go to the next section. Right here, you'll see that this needs to be aligned. So align this in the center and just make sure that this is on the tablet, right? We'll center that. I think this part here looks pretty good. I don't think there's anything here we really need to change. So let's go ahead now and scroll down to the next section. So this section here, we do have a few options. I think this looks good on the right side. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I think this is fully optimized, but we do have some options here for this image on the left side. Now, I personally think this is okay. If I went to a website and I saw this, I would think this looks normal. However, some of you guys might say, I want the image to kind of, cover the bottom section here. Well, we can do that. If you click on the image, you're going to see the contents. We have the style and then the advanced. Now, there are options right here where you can adjust the height, and there's actually a new option for Elementor that can actually contain and cover this. So for example, let's say I want to increase the height. You'll see here how we can increase the height. Now, just because I reach the end doesn't mean we can't increase the height more. Here I'll put 800. I think 800 is good, or maybe 700. Yeah, I think 800 is good. So 800, and now we have object fit, right? So there's a few options. You have default, fill, and you have cover and contain. And what Elementor is going to try to do here is they're going to try to fit the object either to contain inside of the height or cover, which means it's going to take up all of the space. I think this right here looks sharp. It goes hand in hand with our websites. So I'm going to leave it like that, but that's how you guys can optimize images for all devices. So let's go ahead and go to the next section here. And then we got this section, right? We'll center align that. But I think there's too much padding here. So let's adjust the padding. So we did adjust the padding on the desktop. However, you guys can also adjust the padding and margin for specific devices. So over here, we'll go to the advanced section. And here we have the tablet. And now we have padding. Here it shows us the padding on the actual, on the desktop. But I'm going to change this. So I'm going to unlink the values. And we're going to make our own padding now. So I'll do 100 or maybe a 50, right? I think 50 is good. Yeah, 50, but I also want some on the left and the right side. You notice here how this is just too close to the edges. So I'm gonna add some to the right. We'll add in like 40, and then we'll also add in to the left right here. We'll also add in 40. So I think that looks a lot more cleaner and compact. And if we scroll down right here, we could add some more to the bottom. So let's add maybe 30 pixels to the bottom. So we're just essentially creating space right here, right? So I think that looks pretty sharp. Now just remember, you guys can control every single aspect of your website if you click on any elements. So for the container, you guys can adjust the margin and the padding for any of these, options here. Same thing with style. You guys can change the actual image here. For background overlay, you'll see that there's just options for pretty much every device. For the layout as well, you do have options for the tablet, and then you also have the options for mobile. Now, this is actually a big new feature that was released because before, if you were to change the width of one section, it would actually change it for all, and you were basically forced to just make new sections all the time. For example, for the direction here for tablet, you guys can say, you know what, for tablet, I want it vertical. I want it to look like that, right? And you can change it, just for tablet, which is pretty cool. So you don't have to make a whole new section. You can just use these options here and adjust it as needed. Okay. And then we have the very last section here. I guess center align this content. I guess that'd make the most sense here. Or we can add to it. Now, really quick, this part right here, it's a little bit, this is too large right here. So I want to actually give this more room. But when you guys do this, don't click on the middle right here. If you click on the middle, this could actually apply for the desktop. So in my opinion, always use the controls here. So you can see that it's, changing it for specific devices. So I'll go ahead and click on this one here. And under the tablets, I will then change the width here. So I think that looks a little bit better. Now what I'm gonna do over here is I'm gonna click on this edit container, and under the advanced tab, I'm gonna add a little bit of space to the top. It's a little bit too close, right? We'll add 30, and then we'll also add 30 here. And I think we need to add some here to the right side and then to the left side, right? So we're gonna add some padding to the left and to the right side. So now it's not so close to the edges. Now this section, I got a special plan for this section, all right? So I'm gonna click on Edit Container. Now we mentioned earlier that you can change the direction per device. And this is where the direction and the container comes really into play. I wanna click on the vertical, and now you guys will see that we have this beautiful collage where we have like this image here, a larger image, and then we have these two smaller images right here. And of course we can adjust this if you guys want to, we can actually do it with this one as well. So just remember, when you guys are editing your website, you guys can edit the container right here, and you guys can even edit this container here for specific devices. So whenever you're editing the website, just make sure it says the current device of whatever you're editing, right? And now that we've done that, you can see our footer's there. All right, that looks good. Nothing we can do about the footer. We're just gonna leave it there. Now let's optimize this for mobile, okay? So the tablet is good. We're done with the tablet. Congratulations. All right, go get a beer. Congratulations. Now we're going to do the mobile, okay? Whoops, I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it does weird stuff. All right, so here is our mobile device, and we have some work to do. The first thing we notice here is this text is just too large, right? So for the typography, let's just make this text a little bit smaller, okay? And we have a few options, right? So we can actually use the Flexbox here to expand this, and we can stretch it, right? So I'm gonna click on the Flexbox container, and then here we have gap between elements. Notice how these are just too close to each other, and I really just wanna spread them out, So for the mobile, we're just gonna add some space here. Maybe like, I don't know, was that 30? I think 30 is good, right? I think 30 is good. And I think right now, this page is optimal, right? I think this will work just fine. Now, if we want to get rid of some of this black space here at the top, which we do have a little bit, we can also adjust that. So if I right click, edit container, we can actually reduce the padding as well. So if I want to get rid of the padding, I'll just put 0 padding there. So now we have a little bit less space, and I think that's pretty good. I think that's very suitable. Now, if we want to get even closer to Skype, we can actually disable one of these buttons here and only have one display. So for example, I'll click on the edit button, advanced, and I'll just hide only one element here. So I'll just hide this for all devices, right? So I don't want this to show up. We only have this one here. And if I click on this one, I want to make sure these are aligned in the center. So what that means is when this disappears, this element will be displayed in the middle. All right. So our website is, our landing page is done. We've now fully optimized it for mobile. So we're back at the 3-column row section. And like we mentioned earlier in the tablet, we can go ahead and adjust these elements, but let's be honest here. Like this is hopeless. This is a lost cause, so we're going to use the Flexbox again. So right here, click on the 6 dots. And for the direction, we want to change that from horizontal to either vertical or reverse right here, right? And then again, from here, we can go ahead and adjust the elements. So I think this text is just a little bit too large. So for the style, we'll go to typography and we're going to adjust it for mobile right here, something like that. Okay, and that's at what, 23? So we'll go over here and do the same thing, style, typography, and we'll do 23. And for the next one down here, we'll also do style, typography, and 23. So now that looks like a really clean section. As you guys can tell, it looks really nice with that black gradient that we have as well over it. And I think that this looks really nice on mobile devices. So let's go to the next section. Now we have this section. Maybe we want to add some more padding here to the bottom. I think it's a little bit too close to this tab. So under these 6 dots, under the advanced, we're going to add some more padding here to the bottom. So we're going to add maybe like, 40 pixels. Oh no, only for one here. 40 pixels. And let's add some to the right and also to the left, and then also to the top as well. Looks good. Next, we have this section. And as you guys can tell, this section needs a little bit of work. So let's click on the container here. And all we're going to do is just make this vertical. And now it's optimized for mobile. Look at that. Look how easy the Flexbox container works with mobile devices. This is great. And we'll scroll down and we'll click on tab 2. Now tab 2 could get rid of this border here. So let's do that. Over here, we'll click on the Flexbox for the style, border. We're going to unlink the values. And remember for the width right here, make sure it's 0. All right, there it goes. Okay, so now it should be gone. There we go. So as long as you just uncheck that, it starts at 0, and now the border is gone for the mobile device. And we'll keep scrolling. We got this guy here. We got a few options here. There's a lot we can do here. I mean, we can get rid of this guy. We can make him smaller. Let's do this. Let's make him smaller. I'm going to click on this guy right here, and for the height, we're going to reduce the size of this, right? Somewhere like, there we go, 500. I think that looks really sharp actually, because he's right on top of the text and makes it look really like he's right there. I do like that. All right, and we'll scroll down a little bit more. I think this part here looks good. I think it works for, I think this works for mobile. But we do have this text here. Now, the only drawback that I would love to see Elementor do in the future is to change colors for specific devices. But I don't think they're there yet. I don't think we can do that just yet. What we can do here is maybe just even hide this, or you guys can just center it. If you think that's cool, that look, like that faded look, we can always add that in there. All right, so that part looks great. I think that image worked just fine. I think that would actually work pretty well, actually. Let's keep scrolling. Ooh, we got a really ugly section here. The first thing I noticed is this text is too large. So we're going to reduce the size of this. All right. I think that's good. So now we have this next section here, and I know this looks very difficult, but all we got to do here is just adjust the Flexbox container, and that will manipulate the elements inside of the column. So the first thing I want to do is click on the Flexbox container, and for the width, I want to change the width right here. You guys notice here how we can adjust the width for this, but if we add too much width, we can't see anything. I first want to allow 330 pixels of width, right? After I do that, I'm now going to change the direction of this. So I'm going to make this vertical. Now, depending on the width, you guys can see that it will actually sort of skew the items if you add too much width right there. See that, how we added too much? Now you guys can't even see it. But by adding in just like maybe a few hundred, like I talked about 300, you can see we have a little bit of space. We'll do 330. Now you guys can see that these are perfectly aligned right there in the center. And then, of course, if you guys want, you can even add a little bit more gap between these elements if you want to add in more gaps. But overall, it looks really nice on the mobile device right here. So that's how you guys can optimize this section for the mobile devices. Let's take a look at the next section. And then for the actual, and if we scroll down, you'll see that our Meet the Partners actually disappeared. This disappeared because this part right here, it's just too small to display for the mobile, right? We have 9 images in here, and I think Elementor knows that, so they've just decided, you know, there's some sort of bug or glitch or something there that won't let these images display, because let's be honest, it probably is too many images in a tiny box right there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to also hide this. Now only for mobile. And if we scroll down, this section looks good, you know, but if you guys want to center this, you know, that's also a good idea here. So we're going to now center this for mobile, center that for mobile as well, and this section as well. And the accordions, I think we can't, I think that's it there. Yeah, I think these are already center aligned right there. And then we have our images here, and those look great. And then we have our footer there at the bottom. Now, if you guys ever want to add a section for any specific area, all you got to do here is just, you know, add a section and then basically just hide it for the other devices. So if you want to add something here uniquely for a device, be my guest. For example, here, maybe we can even upload a template. So here, I'll just insert this little section here by clicking on insert. And this will be like our call to action section. So I'm going to get rid of that. And then I'll just put like visit the App Store. And then I'll adjust the padding over here. I think this is a little bit, we have too much space here at the top. And then we'll change the minimum height here just to make it a little bit more compact. And you know, that could be like your ending section for a specific device. Here I'll click on update. Then you'll go over here to the Google friendly test, and then we're gonna paste in our URL and then click on test URL. Now for every page that you create, you need to make sure that your website is fully mobile responsive. If your website is better optimized for mobile devices, this is actually better for SEO, and Google will boost you up in the rankings if your website is more mobile friendly and also tablet friendly. Now just give this about 1 minute and they're going to let us know if we have passed the test. All right, and there you go. So you'll see that our page is usable on mobile devices. So you guys do want to make sure that you guys pass the test results, just to make sure that you guys don't get dinged by Google later and you guys lose rankings. And of course, you want your visitors to have a good mobile experience. All right, party people, well, that is pretty much it for the mobile optimization section. If you guys do have any questions about mobile optimization, feel free to let me know in the comments below. I really hope this part helped you guys out. Now let's move on to the next section. All right, party people, welcome to the Elementor Pro section of this video. So in this part of the video, I'll explain and introduce you guys to the Elementor Pro features. The Elementor Pro features are incredible. So in the first part of the video, I'll be talking about the Elementor Theme Builder. The Elementor Theme Builder allows you to build custom headers, custom footers, custom 404 pages, and other various parts of your website using the Page Builder. There is a lot of benefits to using the Elementor Page Builder as your header and footer builder, because you guys can basically build it from scratch using the Page Builder. In the next section, I'll be talking about the Elementor Pop-Up Builder. With the Elementor Pop-Up Builder, you guys can create pop-ups on your website where you can create email subscriptions, opt-in forms, and you can also even create a side nav menu where if someone clicks on a part of your website, a nav menu pops up that looks really professional. If you guys are gonna ask me, you know, should I upgrade to the Pro? Obviously, I'm gonna say yes, because on my website, darylwilson.com, we use the Elementor Pro version on my website as well. It just unlocks all the features and gives you access to all their future updates, and they update their builder quite often, so it is definitely worth it. So let me walk you guys through how to use the Elementor Pro version for those of you who decided to upgrade. You guys ready? Let's get started. All right, guys, welcome to the Pro section of this video. So in this part of the video, I'll be showing you all of the Pro features that come with Elementor. On our demo website, you guys probably have noticed here that we have this custom menu here at the top, and then we also have this custom menu here at the bottom. Now, we built this all using the Page Builder. So we overridden the theme, and now the Page Builder can design all parts of the websites. Also, you might have noticed we have these cute little squiggly things. These right here are actually CSS, and you actually get access to use CSS for elements once you upgrade to the Pro version. Now, there is a link in the description of this video. It'll take you to a page to purchase the Elementor Pro plugin, and it'll also show you the pricing plans. So it'll take you to this page right here. Now, here we have 4 different plans. We have the Essential plan, the Advanced plan, the expert plan, and then the agency plan. Now, the only difference between all of these plans here is the number of websites that you can activate it on. So for example, the Essential allows you to activate Elementor Pro on 1 website, and then the Advanced goes for 3, the Expert goes for 25, and then this one goes for 1,000. I think most of you might want to just get the Advanced plan or even the Expert, because once you make 1 website, you might make another or 2 or 3. And I found that most people who purchase the Essential plan usually always have to get money back and then refund and either get the Advanced or get the Expert plan. Go ahead and pick a plan that works best for you. So you'll just go ahead and click on Buy Now. All right, and once you guys are here, it'll take you to your checkout page. And of course, you guys are just gonna fill out your billing information, your billing address, yada, 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 and all this good stuff. And then once you guys are done, you'll go ahead and click on Pay Now, and then I will meet you in the account portal. Once you guys purchase Elementor Pro, you'll be brought to your new Elementor customer portal. And congrats, welcome to the Elementor Pro Club. You guys can see I have 51 websites here using Elementor Pro. Now you'll also see other tabs here on the left side. So you'll see your subscription, which you can upgrade, downgrade, or cancel. Then you'll have access to teams, and they can all work from this one location. And then if you guys do have problems with Elementor, now I'll be very honest, right now the Flexbox was just released, and I myself have already seen many bugs, and we've already reported many of these bugs. So after about like a month or 2, or maybe even 3 months, it'll all pan out, and most of the bugs will be fixed from the Elementor Flexbox. So this is where you can get support. This is where you can join their Facebook group. And here there are other tutorials where they show you guys how to do some really cool tricks. All right, but let's go back to websites. Now at the top right, you're gonna see this little icon right here that says, it's like the download icon. So go ahead and click on this little icon and then click on Elementor Pro Expert. So click on download. And now you'll see that it's downloading a zip file onto your computer. Now we're gonna go back to our website, and we're now going to upload this onto our current websites. So let's go back to our website here. We'll go to our dashboard. Then I'm gonna scroll down over here to plugins and click on add new. Next, I'll click on upload plugin, choose the file, and now I'm going to upload that plugin I just downloaded. So right here, downloads, elementorpro.zip. I'll click on open, and then click on install now. All right, cool. Now I'll go ahead and click on activate. All right, now once you activate the plugin, you still have a little bit more work to do. Here under the Elementor Pro, it's going to say connect and activate. Go ahead and click on connect and activate. Now it wants to sync up your Elementor account onto your website. So right here, just click on activate. Finally, you now have Elementor Pro activated on your website. One thing too, I just want to let you guys know, since you guys now have Elementor Pro, you guys now have access to all those elements that we saw earlier that we couldn't use. So I'll quickly go ahead and turn on the page builder just to show you where they're at. So on the left side, you're gonna see our basic elements, and now we have all of these pro elements, and this is where we can actually drag and drop these elements here and get access to a bunch of really cool elements. Now, you guys can just go through these on your own time just to check them out, but I just want to show you guys that you have access to all these really cool little, really cool elements and stuff like that. So in this part of the video, I'll be showing you guys how to use the Elementor theme builder to build out custom parts of your website, such as the header, the footer, and also the 404 page. So you can build all of these parts of your website using the page builder instead of relying on the WordPress theme. So let's go over here. Now to access the Elementor theme builder, right here under templates, you're gonna see theme builder. Now you have options to actually use the theme builder for your website. So here we have a few different parts of the website. We have the header, the footer, single post, and other various parts that we can customize and edit. Let's first build a custom header. So right here under header, I'll click on the plus icon, and then I'll activate the builder. All right, so here are some pro headers that you guys can easily import on your website. Just to give you an example here, I'll just click on insert for this top one, and then click on apply. So now that we imported the header, you guys will see that you guys can customize and build your own header from scratch using the page builder. Now, when you guys use the theme builder, if we click on the elements, you're gonna see new elements appear on the left side. So we have site logo, site title, page title, nav menu, and then sitemap and search form. And you can use these to further customize your menu. So for example, if you want to drag in a site logo, we'll just drag and drop one right there. Now you can see that this is our current logo. It's on a white background, so we can't see it. And of course we can, we can change that. So up here, just like we built the rest of the other websites, we can do the same thing for our header. So for style, first I'll take off this transparent, right? So now you can see the color. And then I can change it to like black, right? And we can fully go ahead and customize all these options here. Now the menu that we're gonna make is this menu right here. Now this menu is fully responsive on all devices. It looks really clean, and we use a combination of just elements right here. We use text, and then we also use the nav menu as well. So we basically mix and match different elements to create a really nice header. I'll also show you guys how to create a pop-up menu as well. So this is our other demo websites that we're gonna give to you guys a little bit later. If I click on these three dots right here, you guys will see that this pops up in a really nice, slick manner. And if I scroll up and down, it stays there. This is considered a pop-up. So I'll show you guys how to mix and match features to basically create any style of menu that you guys want. So let's go back to our demo website here, and let's just destroy this. Now we're gonna build a custom header from scratch. So to do that, let's first click on the plus, and we're gonna select a 2-column row. Now let me show you guys what we did and how we created this. So let's go back to our other website. So here is our current header. You can see that we use 2 different columns. You can also see that we use another menu over here, and we actually made this specifically for mobile. We did that because to make it fully responsive on all devices, it does help to have another menu on specific devices. So let's go ahead and recreate that. So over here, we'll just go ahead and go back to our elements. I first want to take our site logo, right? And then I also want to take the nav menu. The nav menu is essentially just a menu right here, right, that you can access. Now I want to quickly go ahead and change the actual color here just so I can see my logo. This is temporary, we can always change it back, but when you're working on stuff, you want to see what you're doing, so I'll make it like a very subtle gray right there, like that. This logo is just a little bit too large, so I want to reduce the size of this logo. So if I click on the actual logo here, I can reduce the width. So let's change this to something like, here we'll do pixels. I'll just do like 100, 160, right? Sounds good. And for the container, now let's change the direction. So I'll make this reversed or horizontal. There we go, horizontal. And then we can customize this menu right here. So over here, I think we do just have a white, right? So we'll go ahead and change this to white. So for the style, we'll change the text color over here to white. And then I also want to use Poppins. Poppins is my go-to font. So we'll go ahead and change that to Poppins. And we'll make it bold. Now there are other options you guys can mess around with. Like for example, there is a divider where you can create a little divider between each of the pages. And then you can even customize it. So you can make it solid or doubled or dotted or dashed and little cool stuff like that. But I don't want a divider, so I'm just going to get rid of that. We also have 3 different tabs. We have normal, hover, and active. So normal is your current menu right here where it's just in a normal state. Hover is when people hover their mouse over this. So if you want to change like the text color when people hover over it, you can adjust the hover settings here. And active, this is when someone actually clicks on the link, it's going to stay at a specific color. So for example, we can change it to like gray or something. If they were to click on something right here, then the text would then change to gray, right? So that is the difference between normal, hover, and active. Now these 3 have all of the same options, so I'm not really gonna go through each single one and design every single one. You guys know how to do one, you guys know how to do all of them, right? Here we have drop-down. Now drop-down refers to when people have a drop-down menu. So let me give you guys an example. If we go back to our website and go to Appearance and Menus, and if I decide to have a drop-down menu where I actually maybe, here I'll just add in another page here, I'll add my testing page. And if I create a drop-down and then I click on Save Menu, this now is a drop-down menu where we can also design the background and the text of the drop-down menu. So let's go back to our website and take a look. Okay, now really quick, I'm gonna change this a little bit darker here just so we can see it a little bit more easier on the eye. There we go, right? Not too dark, but that looks good. Now let's go back to the nav menu. So if I hover over this, we will now see that we have the testing and then we also have a white background. So the drop-down section, this is basically saying, how do you want to customize that? So let's say, for example, if I want a black background and white text, and I also want to change it to pop-ins, let's do pop-ins bold, right? And if I hover over it, you will now see that this option right here changes. Now it's the same thing for the other options. So we have hover, and then we also have active. So if I decide to change the hover, for example, I'll make it red just so it's very obvious. Go over the home and we can see the actual drop down. So now when I hover over it, you will now see that the background color is red. On our demo website, we've done the same thing. So this is our current demo website. And if we hover over the pages, you will then see we have a white background with black text. And if we hover over it, we will then see that we change the text to turn green to sort of match the branding of the websites. So that's how you guys can design and customize the drop-down menu. Next, let's do the toggle button. Now the toggle button will only display for mobile devices. So if we go to responsive mode, let's go over here to responsive mode and click on the tablet. Now you'll see that the menu turns into what we call a hamburger menu. And here we can change the color, right? And then also the background color as well for your hamburger menu for both tablets and also mobile devices. And then you can change the size, the border width, the radius, and then you can also change the design when people hover over the actual hamburger menu as well. All right, so let's go back to normal and let's get out of responsive mode. So I'll click on close here at the top right. So let's finish building the menu. Up here, let's click on the 6 dots, go to layout, and I just want to change this width a little bit. So I want to make sure this is full width, right? And I also want to stretch these items right here. You guys might not be able to see it yet. As we build, you guys will see that it will stretch the items across as much as it can. And then I think right here, we'll make this like a 57. I also do want to add a little bit of gap between these elements here, okay? Now, before we go to this next section, I quickly want to reduce the space here. You guys can see there is a lot of space between these menu items. So I just want to reduce the letter spacing. So to do that, let's go over here to topography, and we're going to reduce the letter spacing. All right, so we built the left side of the menu. Now let's build the right side. So let's go back to our elements. I'm going to take the nav menu, drag and drop it there. Now I'm going to right click on this, copy this, and I'm going to paste the style there because I don't want to style everything all over again. Next, I'll click on the menu here. And for the advanced section, I now want to inline auto. So for the width, I want to inline auto this. All right, now let's position this menu in a better format, right? So I'll click on the container. You can see how it's almost overlapping, but we can still click on the container there. And for the direction, I'm going to select vertical, and I want to put this near the end. All right, cool. Now this menu right here is strictly for mobile, right? So what I want to do is I'm going to click on the edit nav menu, go to advanced, and just like we did earlier, I now want to go to the responsive, and I want to disable this for desktop and tablet. And just remember, since we did it for this menu here, I also want to hide this for mobile because I don't want two menus displaying for mobile. So for responsive, I'll also hide this one just on mobile. Next, we're going to grab some containers here. So I'll take a container and I'm going to drop it right there. Now let's go back to elements and I'm going to find the icon box. So icon box, we're going to drag and drop that there. We're also going to find the search form. We're going to drag that below that. And then we're going to also find just a simple icon. Now, the simple icon, we're actually going to link this to a pop-up a little bit later. So you'll see here how there is a link, and we're actually going to use this as a clickable item where if someone clicks on it, it will then create a pop-up. So first, let's design this icon box. Now, I don't want an icon actually. I just want to use the structure of this. So I'm going to delete this. And then over here, I'll put need help. And then below that, I'll just put in a phone number. So I'll put in my secret phone number here, 702. Well, here, we'll do the parentheses. Make it look more official, right? There we go. Next, we're going to style this because this looks pretty terrible right now, right? So we definitely need to style it. So let's click on style. The color, I'm going to change this to white. For topography, we're going to change this to pop-ins. Now, I know it looks a little weird because it's all stacked on top of each other, but once we use the container, we're just going to basically align all the items together. So we're basically setting it up right now. I think that looks good, right? And then let's go to the description. We'll do the same thing here. Description, topography. I'm sorry. No. Description, right? Description, Poppins. And I think that is good. Here we'll also do 13. Down 2 more. Okay. And I'll make this just a little bit more. Okay, great. There it is. All right, cool. Now we also want to adjust some of these other settings right here. So for the weights, I'm gonna put, let's do 500 here actually. 500. And I'm gonna add a little bit of line height. So I'm gonna add 1.5 pixels of line heights. So 1.5. And then for letter spacing, I wanna actually make this a little bit more tighter because we're working in a really small area. So I'm gonna put -3, and you guys can see it's getting just a little tighter. So the more negative letter spacing you add, you'll see how it slowly just like gets all scrunched up. But I'm gonna set mine just a little bit more because I want it a little bit more tighter on the top of the nav menu. And then let's design the description. So over here is our description. Click on topography, set that to Poppins. Set this also to 13. And then for the weights, we'll do 600 semi-bolt. And then for the line height, we're gonna select this at 1.5. So 1.5. When you're working in these small spaces, the line height really does add up. So you'll see that we're adding just a little bit of line height right here. So 1.5, right? 1.5. And now we're gonna select the position. So if I scroll up right here, I wanna put this on the right side. All right, so that element's done. Now let's design this one right here. So I'll click on the search bar, and I'm gonna change the skin right here to full screen. And now we're gonna design it really quick. So under style, we have overlay color. Now what they're talking about here is when I actually click on it. So you can adjust this color right here if you guys choose to do that, but I'm just gonna change the topography. So over here, Poppins, and we'll just do 500 medium. So just remember right now, we are currently designing the input. So when a user clicks on this, here's what we're currently editing. Let's go back and click on that to the topography. Here you'll see that we can adjust the text. And here are the styling options when a user actually clicks on the search bar. So that is where the input is basically referring to. Now let's click on toggle. So I'll go ahead and close this. For the toggle, I want to change this to white, right? And I want to get rid of the background color. So I'm going to make the background transparent here. So it's just a little search bar like that. I'm going to change the icon size to 40, the border width to 3, and then I'll add some border radius here to give it a circular style. Now there is one other option that we need to set for each of these elements, and that is under the Advanced tab. So for the width, I want to change these all to Inline Auto. What Inline Auto does is that it basically forces it to be responsive by aligning itself next to any element. So also for this icon box, I'm gonna do the same thing up here, Inline Auto. All right, and lastly, we're gonna design this element here. So I'll go ahead and click on the star, and we're just gonna change this up, make it look like something more. So the menu item I used was called Ellipse, E-L-L-I-P. Here it is right here. Click on the 3 dots and click on Insert. Now I'll just quickly style this by going to Style, Primary Color, White, and then here I'll make this around 16. And for the Advanced, I also want to change this to Inline Auto. Once that's done, I think we're ready to rock and roll now. So we have these elements here. Now we need to use the Flexbox to control the position of these. So for the Flexbox, so first let's set the direction. I first want to change this to horizontal. I then want to put this at the end, right? So I'll put it at the end. And then we can further position it. So here we have center or end, just the finishing touches. We're gonna select end. So as you guys can tell now, the menu looks much better, and you can see it looks very similar to now our demo website. Now that we've created this menu here for the desktop, we now need to create it for the other devices. So over here we have responsive mode, and then I'll click on tablet. So I think the only thing, guys, we have to change here is, we made it this really ugly red. So let's just make this a little bit more stylish, right? So for the nav menu, I'll change the background here, which is the toggle button. We'll just make this, we'll just make it black, right? There you go. Now this is already pretty much optimized for tablet. So now let's take a look at the mobile device. So I'll click on mobile, and the same thing, right? We gotta probably change this up a little bit. So I'll click on this, style, and then we're going to the toggle button, and we're gonna change this also to black right there as well. Alrighty. All right, and the very last thing to do here is we're now just gonna change this to black. So under edit container, color, we're gonna change this to a pitch black right here, or maybe a very subtle black. There we go. I think that looks good. And I think we're done with the header. So once you guys are done, go ahead and click on Publish and Update. So now it's gonna ask you, where do you want to display your header? You guys can actually have different headers on different parts of the website. For example, if you want this header on the entire website, you can say, all right, the entire website. However, if you're saying, wait, I wanna put this on just specific pages. Over here under Singular, under Pages, you can now select what page you want this header to be on. So for example, I'll put the home page, and then I'll also add another condition here for the contact page. So here we go, contact. There we go, contact. Click on contact. Then I'll click on save and close. So essentially what I'm saying here is this header will only be displayed for the home and the contact page. So let's take a look. And as you guys can tell, we're almost done. You guys might have noticed here that you have a gap here. The reason why that happens is because this menu right here is using this specific space. So I want to actually push the home page up to get rid of that. And we should also probably change the active link color to white. So let's click on Edit with Elementor. Now this is a very common error that you guys might get when building some headers, and it's a quick, easy fix. So I'll click on these 6 dots, and under the margin, I'll type in -60. And all that's gonna do is that's going to push up the page and get rid of the white space. Now you guys can also edit the header from this specific location as well. So right here, you're gonna see Edit Header. Here I'll click on Save to save my changes. And what we can do here now is we can now start editing the actual header from the builder. So right here, I'll click on this menu under Style. Under the active, I'm also gonna change this to whites. And now you guys will see that the active color changes back to whites. Now, I did find a fix for this, and believe it or not, this is actually being influenced by the theme customizer. So I learned something every day too with WordPress. To change that, you'll actually go over here to colors, and this is the color of that little button right there. So you might wanna change that to white and then click on publish. Guys, I have no idea why that happens. This part of the website here is supposed to be influenced only by the actual page builder. So that's how you guys can create a custom header. We are gonna integrate pop-ups a little bit later where if I click on these 3 dots, we'll have a nav menu on the right side. But if I click on the search right here, you now see we have a really cool search. And yeah, that is how we create a custom header using the theme builder. All right, guys, now let's create a custom footer for our websites. Over here, you guys will notice on our demo website, once we scroll down, so this is a custom footer that we made using the page builder. So I'll walk you guys through how to create one. So let's go back to the theme builder. Let's go back to dashboard. And now we'll go down to templates and theme builder. So we have the custom header, right? But now we want to make a custom footer. So over here under footer, I'll click on the plus icon. Now we can create a custom footer the same way that we actually created the header. Now to speed this up, I'm just going to quickly grab a template and just show you guys how to modify that. So I'll just go ahead and insert this one here and click on apply. All right, so here is the footer. We'll scroll down, and just like we designed the header, we'll do the same exact thing here for the footer. Now, obviously, I'm not gonna make it from scratch because I think by now you guys already have a good understanding of how to use the theme builder to build out like a header and a footer, but I just wanna maybe change the background here. So for the edit container, I'll make a few changes. For the color, I'm gonna put in my color code here. So we have like a really darkish blue, right? And then we can probably change all of this text to white. So for the content, right? We'll change this color to white. Wait. Oh, hold on. That is that one. Okay. No, the description. There we go. All right. I was confused. I was like, wait a minute. And then for these logos here, we can also change the color of these logos here. So I want it more of a white. Same thing over here. We'll change this color to white. And then I'll copy and paste the style. So copy, paste style, paste style. Now, I don't think we can do paste style for this. Let me try it. Let's take a gamble here. No, it doesn't work because this is not the same element, you know? So we'll also just change this to white. So for the text color, change that to white. Here we go, style. There we go, we're working. And over here, last thing, we'll go ahead and change this to white as well. And this box right here will change all the content to whites. Text, there we go. And that looks much nicer. And we can probably make this logo a little bit larger, right? So for the width, we can make this just a little bit larger. And voila, we now have a beautiful footer that we can use on our website. But this blue has to go. Ugh, we got to get rid of this blue. You know, let's just get rid of that altogether. All right, it's gone. All right, you know, it's fired. All right, so now let's add this footer onto the website. So let's click on Publish, Add a Condition. And for footers, generally, guys, just put them on the entire website. You don't want different footers everywhere because that's going to look really tacky and weird. Let's take a look at it in live settings. And if we scroll down to the bottom here, keep scrolling, we now have a custom footer, and this is going to appear instead of the theme on every page. So let's go to the contact page, scroll down, and there you go. We now have this footer displaying on all parts of our website. So congrats. That's how you guys can build a custom header and a custom footer for your websites. Now there's one other thing I want to show you since we're using the theme builder, and that is what happens if you type in the wrong URL. Here you guys can see that we are using a default template here. Also, you guys might notice that we should probably set the condition for the header for the 404 as well. Let's go ahead and go back to the theme builder, and I'll show you guys how to insert a custom 404 page. So let's go to Dashboard, and we'll go down to the templates and theme builder. Next, you're going to see the arrow 404, and I'll click on plus, and now we can just quickly insert a template for a 404 page. Now, the template that we're going to give you guys a little bit later, we have already created and prepared a special 404 for you guys, but this is how you would create your own just in case you wanted to go that route. Let's find one here. There we go. 404, insert, and apply. All right, and here is our 404 page. And obviously, you guys can, edit this and you can design it, but you might want to just add your home page here. So for the site URL, just make sure it says home, right? There is our home page. Okay, so by clicking this, they're gonna go back to home. Now there is one thing we also need to adjust. Now we have a header and we also have a footer. And generally on 404 pages, there is no header and footer because you don't want them to navigate the website from the 404. So we can actually get rid of everything on this page and only have this content. To do that, we're going to select the Elementor Canvas option. So under the gear icon, under page layout, I wanna select Elementor Canvas. And what this is going to do is this is going to get rid of the header and the footer and just have the content here so the user can only go back home. So I'll click on Publish. And then it already has the 404 page. So I'll click on Save and Close. Now, if I enter a wrong URL, it should take us back to that 404 page. So let's go ahead and type in a wrong URL here. And there you go. So now you'll see that we have a 404 page. There is no header and footer, and all I can do here is just click on back home, and that'll take all the users back to your home page. Well guys, congrats on your header and footer. I think by now you guys know how to use a theme builder. So with that said, let's go ahead and move on to the next pro feature. Next up, I'll show you guys how to add a preloader to your website. If I click on refresh, you're gonna see that there is that little logo there, and we have that color. Now that's going to appear on every page, and this is called a preloader, and you guys can turn it on in your options. So let me walk you guys through on how to turn it on, and then I'll show you where it displays. So over here, I'll go to Elementor and go to Settings. Here we have features, and we're gonna scroll down, and we wanna make sure that we have the page transitions turned on, active. We'll scroll to the bottom, and then click on Save Changes. After that, we'll go to Visit Sites, and then we'll turn on the page builder. Here at the top left, I'll click on the hamburger icon, and I'll click on Site Settings. Under Site Settings, if you scroll down, you're gonna see Page Transitions now. I'll click on this, and this is where you can customize and design your page transitions and also your preloader. So you first have the option to add a solid color or a gradient, right? And you can control the gradients just like we did on other parts of the website. Then you can also change the animation here, so fade in right. And then you also have exit animation, right? Fade out as well. You can control the animation speed. And right here, I'll get a quick little preview of what it looks like. Like that. And then here we have the preloader. Now the preloader, you guys can choose to have no preloader. So if you just want a page transition with just the color, you can do that. If you want to add like an animation right here, you can also do that as well. And that'll basically create an animation with the background color. So for example, we'll do pulse. You can see there's pulse, and then there's like overlap. You can also increase the size of it. All right, something like that. So you guys can go with an animation or with an icon. You guys can pick from their icon, and they do have a huge library that you guys can pick from. And then below that, we have image. So here you can go ahead and upload an image as your preloader instead. So for example, I'll upload this one, and you'll see that is now our preloader. And then you can adjust the style, like the delay and the size of this. And then once you're done, you'll click on update, and then you can preview the page transition. And there you go. So that's how you guys can add a page transition to your website. Now, this is only in the Elementor Pro version. So if you guys are using the free version and you're looking for this option, it will not be there. Let's take a look at the next feature. All right, party people. In this part of the video, I'll be showing you guys how to create a mega menu using Elementor Pro. Now, we can see that we have this menu here at the top, and if I hover over it, you will now see that we have this mega menu. Now you can build anything that you want here using the page builder. So these elements were all created from Elementor. So you can add buttons, you can add videos, you can add in tons of buttons, you know, whatever you want to add, you can add in all right here. Now this release was released as of yesterday for me, and this is in its alpha phase. So that means it's an alpha, which means it has a lot of work to do to be in a stable release. But I do want to show you guys how to use this because it's in its alpha stages, and in a month or 2 months or maybe 3 months from now, it will be in a stable release. Now, in order to access the mega menu, if you guys are watching this from a few days from launching this video, you guys will need to install the beta plugin. So over here under installed plugins, you guys will see that I will install the Elementor beta plugin. The Elementor beta plugin gives you access to all of their future updates. So if you want access to their current things that they're making right now, the beta plugin will give you access to that. Over here under Elementor, under the dev plugin, over here under settings, we'll click on the features tab, and if we scroll down, just keep scrolling, you guys will see that the menu there is now available. Now again, this is an alpha, so there's going to be a lot of bugs and glitches, but if you want access to the newest features, you guys can install that plugin. Make sure you guys change this to active, and then we'll scroll to the bottom, and then we'll click on save changes. Once that's done, I'll show you guys how to use it. So let's do it. All right, where are we going to go? We're going to go over here to templates, and we're going to go to theme builder. Now, in order to get access to the mega menu builder, you guys must have a custom header. So right here, I have a custom header that I've already created. I'll click on the header, and we're going to edit the header. So for this header, I'll click on edit, and now we're going to edit the header. So we're going to start from scratch. Now on the left side, you're going to see sites, right? And you're going to have access to this new widget called menu. So it's not the WordPress menu, it's just menu. You're going to take this and you're going to drag and drop it. Now, the first thing I want to do is change the color. You know, we can't see what we're doing here, so we got to change the color to something like white. And then here are the menu items. Also, for the hover, I'm going to change this to white because as you guys can see, when I hover over it, it disappears. So I'm going to change that to white. So now you can see it, you know, it doesn't disappear on us. Now, over here under content, you're going to see menu items. We have menu item 1, 2, and 3, and we can add in as many items as we want. For the first one, we're going to change this to home. And where are we going to link them? Well, for the link, just type in home. That's it. And then you're going to see a list of all your available pages. So I'm going to link them to the home page. All right. And I'll close that. For the second one, we're going to link them to our About Us page, right? About Us. I'll type in About. It's going to scan and look for our pages. Or we'll just do About. Less text, the better. And I'll close that. And for the third one, we're going to change this to contact, and this will be the contact page. Okay. Now, essentially, I just made a basic menu. Now we're going to implement the mega menu. So right here, I'll add a new item, and this is going to be like the team. Now, we're not going to put a link here. We're just going to add in a drop-down content. So right here, I'll put some drop-down content. And as you can tell right away, there is this new tab here next to the team. Now you guys can always link them to the page if you want. So you can have a link here and you can have a drop down, so you can have both. But what I want to do now is I now want to design and customize the drop-down content. So first I'm going to rearrange this. Okay. And maybe I'll just here. Tell you what, we'll do team. We'll add in a link to team because I don't want empty links on our page. You know, I don't like that. There we go. Now over here, if I decide to click on this arrow, it's now going to open this new section. From here, you guys can actually design and customize the mega menu builder once someone actually clicks on the drop down. So let's do it. Let's go ahead and let's get crazy here. Here I'll click on the plus. And now we have the structure just like we did before. And I'll select the 4-column row. And now we can do this the same way we have, you know, built the rest of the website. So over here, we can drag in an image. We'll take an image, change the image. And from here, I will put in a picture of this girl, right? She's having a good day, right? Here we go. Drop down a heading text, but we can't see what we're working with here. So I'm going to quickly customize it. And we're going to put, hey, I'm Rachel. Now, what I did here is I actually added a border around each one just to give it some flavor, you know, because it's, you know, if we don't do that, it's just going to look really bland and boring. So for the actual box, I added in a border. So for this container, the one that it's, you know, controlling, under the style, under border, I just added a solid little 1 or 2 pixels. So solid 2, and we'll put in like red. And now you'll see that there is now a red outline over Rachel. Cool. And we can go ahead and, you know, do that again and again. So as you guys can tell, you guys can add in all these widgets here. So you can even add in a button. You can also even make, you know, dynamic buttons. You know, you can change this to anything. So this is how you guys would essentially create the mega menu. So I'm lazy. I'm going to duplicate this, and we'll do it one more time. And then we're going to get rid of these boxes. There we go. Look at that. Look how fast I made this mega menu. Super awesome. Then we're going to just change these images to, we'll use this guy here. And this will be, hey, I'm John, right? John. And then we'll change this picture of this girl. And we're going to select this guy here. And this is going to be Daryl. Hey, I'm Daryl. And lastly, we will change this picture to this guy here. And this will be, I don't know, Jake. Is that the Jake? Oh, we'll do Jake. Here we go. And obviously, we can change the border color for each one because you don't want all red. You know, if you want to, you know, create like a different style here and just change it to various colors just to give it more flavor, we can do that. So for this border, we'll change this to something like purple, right? And there you go. So now you guys can see that our mega menu looks pretty good. You know, it is what it is. You know, it's not the best. Obviously, you know, with a lot of design and time, I can probably make like a super amazing mega menu, but you guys get the point. So there is our current mega menu. And one last thing I do want to let you guys know is if you guys do want to change the actual background for the entire mega menu, you guys can also do that by clicking on the container, and you can actually change the color here. So if you want to change the color for everything, you guys can also do that for your mega menu. So what we'll do here is just go ahead and just change it up there. And so there is our new mega menu. Pretty cool, right? Now we can go ahead and test it out. So what we can do is just go back to our websites and just hover over it and just make sure that it's showing. So right here under visit sites, you guys will then see that we have our beautiful mega menu right here. So that is how you guys can create a mega menu. Let's go ahead and show you guys the next feature, which is the loop builder. So the next feature is called the loop builder. And with the loop builder, you guys can actually create loops with posts, projects, or even products. So what you guys can do is make a template, and that's how you guys can create a sort of style for all of your blog posts and projects. So you just need to make one, and then automatically all of the posts, projects, or products will go ahead and display. So let me walk you guys through how to use the loop builder. So let's go over here to our website, and I'll show you guys how to access it. So first we'll go over here to templates, and we'll go to theme builder. Now on the left side, you're going to see that you can see the loop item. Go ahead and click on the plus, and we're going to create our first looped item. So you guys will get prompted to use their loop templates, but I don't want to use it because I want to show you guys how to do it from scratch. So let's go ahead and close that. Now let's first create a looped item. So essentially what we're doing here is we are just making the actual column for all of the posts or projects or whatever to display. So right here, I'll click on the plus, and we're going to select a directional column. And what we're going to do first is we're now going to add in some content. Now you can see right here, this says recommended, and this is generally for posts, but you guys can use it for anything. So for example, I first want to add in the featured image for our post. Now this is called dynamic content. So what this is going to do, it's going to dynamically update all of the featured images for your post. Next, we're going to use the, post title. All right. Now this is a little bit too big, so what I want to do here is style it. So under the typography, we're going to go ahead and restyle that a little bit, right? And then we can also make it center or, justified, or, however you want it to look. Next, we're going to add in, add in the post excerpt. Now the post excerpt is actually a little tricky at first, but first let me explain how this works. So for the post excerpt, you'll go ahead and click on this, and then you're going to see excerpt length. Now, this is the amount of content that you want to show for that specific blog post or any of your blog posts. So for example, if I put 20 characters, that is going to only show 20 characters, and then it's going to end. If you want to show, like you can see here, 3 characters, you can see it only has, words, it'll only show 3 words. So when I add 4 words, it'll show 4, right? And then 5 words, and so on and so forth. So you can use the excerpt to control the length of the content shown after the title. And from here, we'll go ahead and style that, put it in the center. And next, what should we add? What should we add here? We'll throw in a post info, right? There we go, post info. But I don't want the time. Who cares about the time? And I don't want to show the date either. And then we can style this. Put the alignment in the middle, and we'll change this color to something like black, right? And I think the last thing maybe we should add is a button. So let me show you guys how to add in dynamic buttons. I'll take this button here and I'll drop it above the actual section here. And I want to center this, but for the link, we're going to click on dynamic tags. And I want to select this to post URL. So what that means is whatever post this is, this button will automatically take them to this specific post. So this is dynamic content. And next I want to add in a border. So for the style here, I'll add a quick little border. I'll throw in like, 2 pixels, and we'll do something like, blue or something like that, right? Now we can also use the Flexbox here to control the elements inside. So if you do want to design it, we can go ahead and design using Flexbox. So first we'll adjust the minimum heights just a little bit, just to give us some leverage and room. Here we can center it, and then we can also add gap between elements like that. So you guys can use this route. However, you guys can also use padding. So if you don't want to use the Flexbox, you can say, nah, I just want to use the padding, and I'm going to control the padding for each element inside the box here as well. So you can do that or use the Flexbox. It's really up to you. It's your website, knock yourself out. So now that we've done that, we can now basically add this to our website. But first, let's change this button to something like read more, right? I think read more makes sense. Now, there is one big question that a lot of users ask, including myself when I first used this, is where is this excerpt content, right? Does this pull it from the actual blog post? The answer is no. It actually pulls it from your actual WordPress interface. So this is the actual blog post, and if we scroll down here on the excerpt tab, you're gonna see this is excerpt content. So this is where it's going to pull all that information. So for example, if I change this to Daryl Wilson is the best guy ever, and if I click on update, and if I go back to over here and I refresh the page, you're gonna now see that the excerpt also changes. So the excerpt directly reflects this part right here. That is one big question a lot of users ask, and it can be confusing because even myself, I thought I was just gonna pull it from the blog automatically, but you can control what the excerpt says. Now, before we actually publish this on the website, it's a good idea to actually name this because there's going to be a lot of different loops that you have, and it's really hard to actually find out which one that you are referring to. So let's go back to the theme builder, and I'll show you guys how to rename it. So over here, we're going to scroll down, and as you can tell, I've made different loops, and it's pretty confusing, right? Because I don't know which loop is what, but the loop that I just used was this one right here. So we're going to rename this. So over here, under the 3 dots, I'll click on rename, and this is going to be the homepage loop. And I'll click on change. And now that I've changed that, we can now go ahead and search for this on the actual websites. So let's go back to our website. So here is the loop that we just created previously. And as you guys can tell, the Daryl Wilson is the best guy ever has dynamically updated for this specific post. But what I want to do is I want to use mine. So right here, I'll click on edit templates. I'm going to discard the changes. And now we're back to the loop grid, and you'll see here on the left side we can choose a template. So what I'll do here is we're now going to find the homepage loop. I'll select the template. And now you guys will see that this has now propagated all of our posts. So it's a really clean format where you guys can get really customizable and create the projects or posts or even products using the loop builder. And you guys can also control like the columns. So if you want more columns or less columns, you can do that. You can make it equal height. And there's just other options here that you guys can use to further customize the actual blog posts or projects, just depending on what you guys want it to loop. And over here under pagination, if you guys did want to add something here at the bottom, you guys can add one. So for example, if you have like a lot of posts, you can put like a little pagination here at the bottom with numbers, previous and next, numbers and previous next, load on scroll, or infinite scroll. But I don't recommend infinite scroll on a homepage because that means like they'll just keep propagating on your homepage and users will never be able to get past that part. So don't add infinite scroll on your homepage, guys. Just add that on your blog, you know, keep it easy. So that's how you guys can use the loop builder. And if you guys do have any questions about this, feel free to let me know. I probably will make another dedicated video that goes more in detail on this specific feature, but I'll probably be saving that for a whole nother video. Next, let's talk about custom CSS. Now, if you guys are developers or you're familiar with CSS, the Pro version allows you to add custom CSS to any elements. So let me show you guys how to actually recreate these little objects here that are floating across the screen. So let's go over here and let's turn on the builder. So first up, let's upload an image. I'm going to take an image and I'll drop it right there. Then I'll choose the image. I think it was this little planet, a little cute little planet, right? Insert media. Now we're going to use absolute positioning. So this is a new feature, right? You guys are ready. But first, let's reduce the size of this. It's a little bit too large. So I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. Let's just do 10 pixels, right? And now we're going to go to the Advanced tab. Under the position, we are now going to select absolute. Absolute will essentially let you rotate this object and put it anywhere that you want, which is really cool. So for example, I'll put in the object right here. Then if I scroll down, you're going to see custom CSS. Now, custom CSS allows you to do a little bit more commands and control over your elements. Now over here, you guys will see that I have this custom CSS for these little objects. I'm just going to quickly copy and paste this. Now I will also leave this CSS in the description below of this video in case you guys do want to add this animation to your objects or your images. Here I'll paste it in. And now you see that our object is moving. Look at that, that's so cool. And you can do this for everything. I mean, if you want to get crazy, you know, we can even add it to this one, you know. So for this image, custom CSS and paste. And there goes our object. It's moving. You know, so that's a really cool feature. Now there is an also really cool trick here. Now this is a very advanced method, and there is a lot of ways on how you guys can actually use this method to create banners and create other things, and that is actually changing that to the fixed positioning. So for example, I'm going to change this over here to fixed position. Now, fixed position is basically saying if I scroll down on the website, you're going to see this object actually stay with us and follow us, right? So you can see that the object stays on the screen. Now, there are some really interesting ways on how to do this. For example, I'll do edit container, advanced, and then here we have fixed. Now, some people actually create banners and pop-ups. You can see here like for example, let's say you're selling something, you'll create like a banner here that says like, oh, 30% off. And it's basically a sticky menu, but it actually follows the user right there. Do you guys see that? So there is a bunch of ways on how you guys can use this. And that is a very advanced method, and that's probably due for another tutorial. So we're gonna change that back to default. All right, I'm just showing you guys the tools. You guys can get crazy on your own time, but I just want to show you the power and what you can do with this page builder. And if you do want to add more custom CSS to your page, I believe here under the site settings, there is an additional option where you can add custom CSS to the entire website. So this is basically per element, but for example, if you want to add like an outside border around your website, or if you want to do something custom, this is where you can enter custom CSS for your website. Feel free to let me know if you guys have any questions in the comments below. And with that said, let's move on to the next section. All right, party people, in this part of the video, I'll be showing you guys how to create pop-ups and also how to create a nav menu here on the side. Now, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna open this in a new incognito window. And here is our demo website. Now, when I visit this website, you guys notice right away there is this pop-up where we can enter our email address and subscribe. This is all created using the Elementor page builder. Also, I'll close this. And on the right side up here at the top right, we have those three little dots that we created earlier. If I click on this, you will see that we have this really nice menu that pops up. Now, there's various strategies here. You guys can use this to promote your Instagram. You can use this as a primary menu, or you can just add anything you want here. You can get as creative and customizable as you want. So I'll show you guys how to create the pop-up and also this right side nav menu. Let's close that. Now let's go back to the website. All right, so first let's just create a normal pop-up. Let's go over here to our dashboard, and we're now gonna see the options to create pop-ups since we have Elementor Pro. So over here, we'll go to templates and click on pop-ups. Here I'll click on add a new pop-up. Here we'll just leave this as pop-up, and we can also give our pop-up a name. So this can be like our promotional pop-up, right? Promo pop-up. And then I'll click on create a template. So here is a list of pop-ups, and you guys can go ahead and just, browse here. And if you guys find one that you like, you can just go ahead and select one. But let me show you guys how to create one from scratch, just in case you guys don't want to use a template. So I'll go ahead and close that. Here we have the plus icon. And for the structure, we're gonna select the one with 4 squares. Now we're gonna modify this a little bit, right? So I wanna take this and I'm gonna push it up right here to 100%, right? 100%, there we go. Now I'm gonna drag an image in there. I'll drag an image right there. Choose the image, and we're gonna put this guy right here. All right. Now for the other parts, I'm gonna take this heading text, and this will be like, get our, subscribe for free stuff, or whatever. You guys can put anything there, right? And for the style, we'll go ahead and change this to Poppins. And next we're going to find the form. We have not used the form yet. I'll walk you guys through on how to do that. So right here, form. And I want to get rid of message. And we're just going to leave email only, right? So just the email. And then of course, under the styling tab, under the button, this is where we can style it. So you might just want to change like the background color, to something else, like this black right there, right? And I also want to get rid of this email right here. So we have email twice, so we can actually get rid of that. Over here under label, I'll go ahead and uncheck label. Next, I will simply right click and delete this one, and voila. We now have a beautiful pop-up, and this is going to pop up depending on what we want to do. So next, let's actually connect this with an email provider so we can collect emails. Right here, you'll see action after submits. And then here we have collect submission. And then we also have emails. So if you click on plus right here, you're going to see that you can actually integrate this with some email providers, right? So we have MailChimp, Drip, ActiveCampaign. You guys will pick whatever email provider that you guys are using and select it. And then you guys can integrate the API key right here. So I'm using MailChimp. So I'll go ahead and select MailChimp here. And then under collect submissions, under MailChimp, you're gonna see that there is a spot now where you can insert the API. I'm gonna go to my MailChimp account right here, and we're going to create a new key. All right, this is gonna be for the new website, and I'll generate a key. I'll be very honest, guys. I usually recommend MailChimp for a lot of my videos, but they keep changing their interfaces, and they're getting more and more expensive like as the years go on, so I might stop recommending them. They are easy to get started with. They are definitely a little bit pricey now. So here we have the API key. I'll go ahead and put a custom one here and paste it in there. Once that's done, you can see that Elementor is integrated with MailChimp, and now they can see our lists. So I'll select the list. And then of course you can select groups and everything and stuff like that. And you can also put in the field mapping here if you want. For email, I'll just select email and that's it. Because I'm just selecting, I'm just basically capturing only emails at this point. If you guys do want to add more fields here, you can add fields and then you can put in like name and first name and stuff like that. So that is pretty much it. That's how you guys can connect your pop-up with an email provider. And then once you're done, just click on update. And now this pop-up will start collecting email addresses on your website. So now let's set the conditions. Over here, I'll click on publish. So now we have a few options. On the left side, we have conditions. This is basically saying, where do you want to display your templates? Triggers is saying, depending on the user's action, I want to show the pop-up when a user performs a specific action. And then we have advanced rules where specific requirements must be met in order for the pop-up to show up. So here we have conditions. I'll go ahead and add a condition. And here I'll put singular, and we can obviously select specific pages. Just like we did before with the header and the footer builder, we can do the same thing here with the pop-up. So I'll put home. All right. And yeah, so I'll just close that, make sure that's good. All right. Now we're going to select a trigger. So it's on the home page, right? But depending on what they do on the home page, when should this show up, right? So we have page load, on scroll, on click, after inactivity, or, on page exit intent. Page exit intent means when the user wants to close the browser. So before they close the browser, a pop-up will display there. I'll just do something very basic. I'll just say, what's pop up in 10 seconds. That's it. Advanced rules is, for example, how many times should this pop up? Show when arriving from search engines, external tabs, internal links, show arriving from specific URLs. This is a great way on how to find out if people are actually, finding your website or coming from a specific URL. Here we have show up X times. I'll just put show once per session, once per day, once per week, once per month, but I will leave at 1 per session. I'll tell you what. No, wait. We'll do 2. We'll do 2 per session, okay? After we have set those conditions, triggers, and rules, now let's click on Save and Close. All right, now let's open this in a new browser. So I'll go to an incognito window here. We're gonna enter in the URL and press Enter. Now the pop-up should display after 10 seconds. So if we scroll down a little bit here and we wait just about 10 seconds, there it is. All right, cool. So now you'll see that we have this pop-up here, and then I can close the pop-up. All right, so congrats. We now know how to make pop-ups for our website. So now let me teach you guys how to create pop-ups on your website via click. So for example, here I'll click on this, and then you'll see that we have this really beautiful menu. And of course, you guys can turn this into pretty much anything that you want. The sky is the limit, so let me walk you guys through on how to do that. Let's go back here to our dashboard. Now we're gonna go to the templates, and we'll go to pop-ups. And now we're gonna create a new pop-up. Add new. And this will be like side menu, right? Now click on create a template. All right, now we're gonna close this. And we do need to set some options here. On the bottom left of the screen, you're gonna see settings. Here I wanna select this to right. Next, I'm gonna select the top. Here we have height. So I'm gonna select fit to screen. Now I wanna reduce the size of this, something like maybe 470, right? 470. Now for the entrance animation, I'm gonna select slide in right. And when people close it, we're gonna find slide out right. And for the animation, we're gonna reduce the size of this, something like 0.5. There you go. Now to change the color, we'll go over here to style. And then for the background type, I'll click classic. And then here's where we can adjust the color, right? So I'll make it like a subtle black, something like that right there. Okay, not like pitch black, but that's like a very soft, subtle black. All right, so I think we're ready now. Now we have the nav menu here ready on the right side. Now let's add in a container. We'll click on plus, and we'll add in a container. And now we're just gonna add in elements. So over here, I'll find I think we have the logo, right? Site logo. And then I'll adjust the options here under style. I'll make this a little bit smaller, all right? think 40 is good, right? And then below that, I will throw in some description. We'll style this just a bit, reduce the amount of text there. I think that's fine actually. Next, I'm going to add in an icon right here. So icon list. Take this and I'll drag it right there. I'm going to delete these ones right here. And for the icon list, I'm now going to use Instagram. Then click on insert. Now I want to center this. So I'm over here, I will align this in the center, but we have a lot of styling to do. So I'll go ahead and style this really quick. All right, so there's the Instagram. Now we're going to find the image gallery. So we have a basic gallery, image carousel. There's a few options here, and I'll just go ahead and upload some images. So I'll put this guy here, right? Insert into gallery. We can add in some more, right? So add to gallery. Let's see if I can hold shift here. There we go. Oh, that's too many. Not those ones. Those ones are ugly. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that'll work. Add these to the gallery. So we have a total of 8. I'll insert that into the gallery. And now we have these images right here that display. Now we have a few styling options. So we can change the amount of columns. And I think I changed my mind here. You know, we're going to do maybe 3 columns. Okay, so I went ahead and adjusted 6 images and I put it in 3 columns. Now we're going to add in another icon list. Drag and drop it right below there. We're going to select 2. And for the layouts, I want to inline these. And then I can put these also in the center. Now I'm going to quickly go ahead and style these really quick. All right, so there is the icon list. Now we're going to throw in some social icons here. Finish it off with some social icons. There we go. And we can also style this right here under the style. So you can change it from the official to custom. So there we go. I went ahead and I styled those social icons, you know, to fit the style and criteria of the website. Also remember, you guys can add a menu here. So if you want to turn this into like a full-on menu here under nav menu, I'll just drop that right there. And we can even go ahead and style this. So I'll put this in the center. And there you go. So now we have that fully styled menu. Now, the last thing that we have to do here is we just need to properly align this because as you guys can tell, this is way too close to the top and then we have a lot of space here at the bottom. This can all be done with the Flexbox options. So click on the 6 dots here. Now over here on the left side, the first thing that you're gonna do is you're gonna set a minimum height. So I first need to adjust the minimum height to 100. Now for the direction, we're gonna select vertical. For the justify contents, I want this in the center. And you also do have an option here to align this to like the start or to the center or to the end, just depending on how you want to approach it. But I'm going to put mine in the center. You guys can also use the gap between elements. And here you can add a little bit more space between the elements. So now that we created it, let's publish it. So here, click on publish. So now we have the publish settings, but we are not going to select any page settings whatsoever. I'll just click on next. Next, and save and close. All right, now let's go back and find that pop-up. So let's go back to exit. And now let's go visit the website. Now let's turn on the builder. Here, I'll click on Edit with Elementor. And I want to click on Edit Header. Now let's go over here to the 3 dots. So right here, you're going to see link. There's also link options. And then we also have dynamic tags. Let's click on dynamic tags. And then if we scroll down, you're going to see pop-up. So I'll click on pop-up, then I'll click on pop-up again, and now we can select the specific pop-up. So I think mine was called like the menu, right? Nav menu or something like that. There we go, side menu. There we go. Then I'll close out, and I'll click on update. So now let's test it out. Here I'll exit the builder. And if I go over here to the right side and I click on the 3 dots, you will then see we have our beautiful menu pop up. And if I close it, you will see it slides out. Really, really nice. So that's how you guys can create a side nav menu using the Elementor pop-ups. I hope this part helped. If you guys do have any questions for me, feel free to let me know in the comments below. And with that said, let's move on to the next section. Now, the next feature that I briefly talked about earlier was the Elementor contact form. If you guys actually upgrade to the Pro, you guys can now use the contact form for Elementor. Now, the Elementor contact form is very, very robust. There is a lot you guys can do with this contact form. Here you guys can see we have name, email, and message. You guys can also add more fields, and this can be like phone number. You can also insert URLs. So if you are a web designer and you want someone to insert their URL, you can just like put in the URL right there. And then for the placeholder, you can also add it right there as well. And we can move this and drag and drop it like up here, you know. And here we'll scroll down and add another item. But you guys get it, right? So there is a lot of things that you guys can add here. You guys can also integrate reCAPTCHAs here as well. And there's also an advanced tab. Now, I'm not gonna go in detail into the contact form because I think that will dedicate for a whole nother video, because you guys can do a lot with this contact form, and you can turn this into like a full-on like food ordering website if you want, using just the contact form. It's pretty crazy. And here we have the buttons where you can design and customize the button. So if you want to, you know, change the color of the button here, I'll just say, you know what, let's change the background color here to like black. Okay, so let's go back to content. And there are other actions here. So action after submit. Let's say, for example, you guys want to also capture emails. Like I just showed you guys earlier with the pop-ups, you guys can do this here with MailChimp, just like we did. In fact, I think MailChimp is already integrated here. So I can just select custom. Oh no, I gotta enter the API again. And now it's integrated with MailChimp. Every time someone fills out the contact form, we will also store that email so we can remarket to them later. Next, let's go back to actions after submit. You guys can also redirect as well. Let's say, for example, someone fills out this form and you want to take them to another page. Here under redirect, now you guys will see I have this redirect option where we can redirect them to another part of the website. So let's say, for example, you want to take them to like the home page here. Now you guys will see that there is this redirect option here. If I click on this, you guys can then link them to any page or any other websites. Now this is after they fill out the form, it will automatically take them to this page. So again, there is a lot of things you guys can do with this contact form. I will be having a full dedicated video on this form because it can get very robust and there's a lot you guys can do with this. But I think overall you guys have a good understanding of how to use this contact form. So if you do want to use this form instead of WP Forms, you guys can do that, but they're both really good contact forms. So that is pretty much it for the contact form. Let's move on. Let's quickly touch base on dynamic content. Now I mentioned dynamic content maybe once or twice in this video, but let me briefly describe how dynamic content works. Now, dynamic content and the heading text usually go hand in hand. For example, here we have this contact us, and this is a heading text. However, you can actually use this to make it say anything that you want depending on the circumstance of the visitor. For example, we have a contact us, you know, element right here, but here we have this dynamic tags. Now, instead of saying contact us, you can actually just say, you know what, I wanted to say something else. I wanted to dynamically update to something. For example, let's say you guys want this to dynamically update to the current time and date, right? Here you have the current time and dates. So when the user visits this, this will automatically always change to the current date and time. And generally, you guys use this for posts. I mean, I think post is probably the most popular one because you can dynamically update many things. But there are other things that you guys can use this for. Now, on this template that we're gonna give you guys, me and my team, we actually use this text right here as a, we use it as a fake breadcrumb. All right, so let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. So we have this heading text, right? This says home, okay? However, this one right here, this is actually dynamic content. So over here under content, under dynamic tags, we're gonna select the page title. So if I scroll down, you're gonna see page title. What this is gonna do is this is going to automatically basically showcase this as the contact us page. So if you guys ever decide to change the name of this page later, this text will automatically update to whatever the page is called. Now, I understand many of you might be thinking, well, I can just make a contact us like this, and then I can just link them here. If I double click on this and I link it, I can just link them anyways to the contact us page, which is technically the same thing. However, the only difference here is if you guys decide to change the name of this page, then the contact here will also dynamically update. Let me give you guys an example. So I went ahead and I put the link for this page inside of this text, okay? And you guys can do that as well. I mean, it basically is the same thing, right? But notice what happens here. I'll go ahead and I'll update this. I'll view the page. Now I want to actually change the name of this page. So I'll go ahead and go over here to edit page. And this will be like the new contact, or no, we'll do something very unique. We'll just do Daryl. And then I'll click on update. Now if I click on view page, you guys will see that this text now dynamically updates to Daryl right here. So it's going to constantly updates to whatever the page name is. And then the contact us obviously is just going to stay the same. So that is dynamic content. It actually allows you to dynamically update elements on your website depending on the circumstance of the visitor. Well, party people, that was a lot to take in. Congratulations. We are now done with the Elementor Pro features. Hopefully I covered everything. If you guys do have any questions, let me know in the comments below. As you guys were using this builder, you guys probably saw various settings throughout the website and you weren't sure what they did or what they are. In this part of the video, we're gonna go through all of the Elementor settings and options so you fully understand everything about the page builder. So let's head back to the tutorial. What's up guys? In this part of the video, we'll be talking about the additional settings and options that come with Elementor. Now, as we use this page builder and built this website, you guys probably saw options that you were not familiar with. We're gonna talk about all those settings in this part of the video. The first thing you guys probably noticed was this notes tab. This notes tab right here allows you to actually create notes on your website. For example, let's say I wanna add a note right here by saying maybe make button, make button bigger. No, bigger. Here I'll click on leave a note. Then we can leave a note here and users can actually, click on the notes and they can see, oh, okay, change this image. And you can keep making notes as you scroll down. So for example, over here, I'll put, this image is great. Here, click on leave a note. And then scrolling down here, I'll put, this gradient is too much. And then I'll click on leave a note. Also, you'll see here that there are notes already left where this person says fix this section. And then over here, we can mark this as in red, you can edit it, and then you can even copy the link, which will take them to that specific area. Okay, so that is what notes are. It's a great way on how to improve the workflow and also communicate with clients and also other team members. Now let's go to the Elementor settings. So let's go over here to dashboard. All right, now here on the left side, you're gonna see Elementor. First, let's just click on settings. These are just general settings for Elementor where you can share information. We have integrations. This is for like Google Maps and also reCAPTCHA. This is used if you want to add a spam protection on your contact form. I will have another video on this because WordPress users do get a lot of spam. I probably will have another video that shows you guys how to add one. Here we have the advanced, and if you guys aren't sure what these are, you guys can just leave it. And then also here we have features. So here's the features tab, and here you guys can get early access to ongoing experiments. So here we have like inline font icons, we have Flexbox container. Now the Flexbox container will eventually replace intersections. So if you guys are using old versions of Elementor, I don't know when, but they will eventually phase out intersections and Flexbox containers will be the new way to build your websites. There's also things like nestled elements, and they will probably roll out a full release in just like a month or two. Here we have lazy load background images. This will allow you to add lazy load to your images, which basically means images will load later as the user scrolls down, and it's a little bit less strain on your server. And we have some other options here, like stable features and stuff like that. So you guys can always get early access to some of these features, clicking on the active, or you can just turn them off. So next, let's click on save changes. Next, we have the submissions. Now the submissions is an additional feature that you can add to your contact form. Now let me give you an example. Now we've already used WP Forms to create a contact form. However, now that we have the Pro version, we can actually make a contact form using the Elementor Pro widgets. So over here, I'll take the form and I'll drag it. Now again, this is a contact form that is only available in the Pro version. So if you guys are still using the free version, you won't have access to this. And here you guys can go ahead and style your form. You can, add in your own content here. You can style it just like we've done with other elements. Now here you'll see action after submits. This is where it will actually save as a backup. So every email that is actually sent through your email, Elementor will also save a copy onto their server and it'll appear in your submissions. So next we have custom fonts. And if you guys do want to add custom fonts from Google or from some other website, here you guys can go ahead and just upload the fonts right here. The same thing for custom icons, and also if you guys are developers, you can also add custom code in between specific parts of your website. Next, let's talk about the role manager. So the role manager is actually pretty helpful. The role manager will let other people have access to your website without giving them full access to everything. So for example, we have editor, author, contributor, and subscriber. They all have the same exact options here, but let's say for example, you guys have a customer and you want to give the customer access to only edit the content. Here I'll put access to edit content only and click on save changes. So now the editor will have access to edit the contents. And then other people will say, you know what, these guys have no access to do anything whatsoever. Later on, we'll create a user and then we'll give that user the editor role. And next, let's go to tools. So here we have some general options for tools. Now, a very popular one is safe mode. Sometimes when you guys buy themes or plugins from random websites, this could cause a lot of glitches on your websites, and many people tend to blame Elementor. You can troubleshoot your website by going to enable and then save changes, and then this will let Elementor know either what plugin is glitching out or what theme, or it'll diagnose the issue. Here we have replace URL. If you guys want to replace URLs, which I don't recommend you guys do if you guys are beginners, this is where you would do it. Version control. If you guys decide to update Elementor and then like it breaks your website or something like that, you guys can always roll back the version here. Sometimes Elementor does release updates a little bit too fast, and sometimes this can cause conflict with either other plugins or themes, and this is where you can roll back the version for Elementor, and if you're using the Pro version, you can also roll back the version for the Pro version as well. Here we have maintenance mode. If you guys are working on your website, you guys can actually create a little maintenance page right here, so maintenance and coming soon, and then you can also assign a template that you can use for the coming soon or for the maintenance page. If you guys don't have one yet, here you'll click on create one, and then you can create a new page just for the maintenance mode or the coming soon page. Here we have the import export kits. We're gonna talk about this in the very next section because I'll be giving you guys a free kit that you guys can use to practice to import on your website. Next, let's go to system info. If you guys are using a server and you want to know more information about it, here is an example of the server settings. Sometimes the Elementor support staff might even ask you guys for this because sometimes if you're using like a bad version of PHP or if you're not adding enough memory limits, they will basically just tell you guys to add a little bit more or to fix it according to your hosting plan. All right, so let's go ahead now and click on getting started. Here you have the Get Help tab, and this will basically just take you to documentation and stuff like that. And then here we have the License tab where you can go ahead and activate or reactivate your license. And below that we have Templates. Here we have Save Templates. Like we saw earlier, you guys can make templates here and then assign those templates to various parts of the website. For example, we can create a new template here and then assign it to the maintenance page or the coming soon page. Here we have pages, where you can create pages, you can create specific sections, you can also create containers or global widgets. Next we have the pop-up option, and we already went through this, right? So I don't need to cover this. Next we have the theme builder. We have already talked about the theme builder as well. This will allow you to create different parts of your website using the page builder. So you can use Elementor for the header, you can use it for the footer, and also for the 404. There are other pages that you guys can make it for. I will be having another video on the Elementor blog and Elementor Commerce coming soon, so make sure to stick around and subscribe, and that'll be out in just a bit. We'll go ahead now and close that. Over here on templates, we now have landing pages. Now, for some reason, you guys can create landing pages for your websites. I mean, you can just do that either through the page builder. So if you want to do a landing page here, go for it, yeah. Here we have the kit library. Now, since we're using the Pro version of Elementor, you guys now have access to the kit library. Here, I'll click on online store, and they just have some more templates here, right, that you guys can access. There's not too many. In fact, I have way more on my website. If you guys want to access any of these kits, you guys can go ahead and import these directly on your website. Let's go ahead and close that. And I think we're almost done here. We have add new, and then we have categories. So you guys can create categories for specific templates if you guys want to do it, and you guys can do it right here. So let's say, for example, you guys have like Black Friday kits. Here I'll click on add a new category. You can then use this category to categorize your kits. So over here under Save Templates, notice how there is no category. We can now add a category. So I think maybe under Quick Edit, there we go. Quick Edit, we can add this as a category. This is just something to help remind you of where these kits go, or if you want to categorize kits for a specific sale or a specific event, that's how you would do it. And lastly, let's talk about global options. So let's go back over here to visit sites and let's turn on the page builder. All right, now the first thing I should have mentioned is in the Elementor Pro version, you guys now have access to the global section. The global section will allow you to globally change specific elements, widgets, or anything that you want. So for example, I'll right click on this one and save this as a global. This will be my global button. Global button, and I'll click on save. Now, anytime I insert this button right here, you'll see it just comes up really clean, really easy. Now, there's a few options here. We have edit or we have unlink. If I decide to edit this, it will edit all of the widgets on the page. Or if I just want to edit only this specific button independently from the other elements, I can do that by clicking on the unlink. But first, let me just show you what happens if I click on edit for the global widget. So for example here, I will change the color to like this pink. And if I scroll up, you guys will also see that this linked this other button right here. So there we go. And now it changed the button for all of the elements because they're linked together. So over here, let's go back to global. Now again, if I add this and I decide to unlink it, right? If I unlink and click on unlink, now I can change this and it won't affect the other elements, right? See that? See how it's not affecting the other ones? So that is what the global options are. Now, if I click on the hamburger menu right here, you're gonna see site settings. This is essentially a theme customizer built into Elementor. All right, so now we have these options here on the left side. Now, essentially what site settings are is it's basically a theme customizer where you can, control the site identity, the background, the layout. So in case your theme doesn't offer these settings, Elementor has a fallback option where you can just, add in the options here and that's your new theme customizer. It's pretty cool. You can also adjust all of the options right here using the theme style, but the two options that are very common and most people use is the global fonts and the global colors. Now, let's say you guys are building a website, but you want to use a specific color for various parts of the website. So for example, here for the primary color, I'll put this blue, and for the secondary color, I'll put this pink right here, something like that, right? So we got like a pink color. Now, I'll go ahead and open up the builder on another tab. Now, when I use the builder and I go to any of these elements right here and go to style, if I click on the custom right here, you will now see that the primary is the blue color that we selected and the secondary is this color right here. This is great because you guys don't have to keep trying to find the same color code all the time, and this will really speed up the workflow when you're building websites. You can also do the same thing for the fonts as well. So here we have custom fonts and we have primary, which we're using pop-ins, but let's say the secondary font, you want to change it to something else, right? Maybe, I don't know, let's do a purple purse. All right, purple purse, there we go. I'll click on update. And if I go to the builder and I refresh the page and under the custom, now you'll see that the purple purse is now our secondary font. So the site settings is a really convenient way on how to apply global colors and fonts, and then also adjust any settings that you guys need in case your theme doesn't offer those. So now that we know about the site settings, there are other options here like the theme builder, which we've already used before. We have user preference. This allows you to change this to like a light scheme or a dark scheme and adjust the width of the actual builder right here. You can make this a little bit smaller, right? And then we have notes, and then we have Finder. Finder essentially allows you to go to various parts of the website without turning on and off the builder. So for example, if you want to go to like the contact page, you can quickly click on the contact and go right to the contact page. And I think that covers all of the settings. Whew. Now there is one other option that I do want to mention and go back to, and that was the user roles. We did talk about user roles, but I never really showed you guys how the user accesses the website, and I didn't show you guys how to create one. So let me show you guys how to do that. let's go back over here to our website. Now we're going to create a role. So over here we have users, and I'll click on add new. And we're going to create a user now. Now this user will be allowed to log in to our websites. So here I'll put Jenny. So I went ahead and I entered the information for the new user that we're going to create. The most important part is the email. Make sure the user has access to this email because their login credentials will be sent to that specific email. Now here we have role. Earlier, we selected editor as people who can edit the websites. So I'm going to select editor here and then click on add a new user. So now you'll see that we have the admin, we have Daryl Wilson, and then we also have Jenny. So Jenny now has the ability to log in to the website and make any changes that she wants. So let's open this up in a new tab right here. All right, so we're at our website here under a new tab, and I'll go to -wp-admin, and we'll just log in like normal. But we're going to enter in Jenny, and then the password that was created for us, and then I'll click on login. Now Jenny will have access to some parts of the website. She can create pages and she can create posts. And if we go to visit site, she also has access to edit the builder with Elementor. So I'll go ahead and turn on the builder. So here we have the building experience for the editors. And as you guys can tell, the design option and the advanced option are gone. And also the elements have all disappeared. The reason why this is because clients are nightmares. They are going to mess around with the little stuff. They're going to mess with their website, and then they're going to break the website, and then they're going to want you to fix it. So clients are famous for breaking websites, and Elementor knows that. So all the user can do here is just adjust things, right? So for example, they can change this, right? They can put, Daryl Wilson, but they cannot add in any elements right here. So they do have restricted access. And if we scroll down, you can see that, they can just go ahead and make small changes to the website. So the role editor is a great way on giving your clients parts of the website that they can edit without destroying the websites. So that is pretty much it for the general options with Elementor. They do have a lot of other really helpful options that you guys can take a look at, but I've really covered most of them. So I hope this part of the video helped you guys out. And with that said, let's go to the next section. So now we're going to talk about everyone's favorite topic, which is free stuff. So in this part of the video, I'll introduce you guys to the Elementor add-ons. Elementor add-ons are free plugins that you guys can add to your website that gives you guys more flexibility and more widgets for your websites. I'll also introduce you guys to our Elementor marketplace, and we're also going to give you guys a free template that you guys can import on your website. On my website, darylwilson.com, we offer hundreds of Elementor template kits that you guys can easily import on your websites. I'll walk you guys through the plans, and then I'll show you guys how to import them on your website. Now let's talk about some freebies and goodies you guys can add to your websites. Now there are tons and tons and tons of third-party plugins and add-ons that you guys can add to your websites. And a lot of these are completely free and some have pro versions. Now, to be quite honest, guys, there really is no best third-party add-on. I mean, every single one of these has like 50 to like 80 free widgets. And then if you want like 150, you have to pay for it. But you guys can access all of these actually within the back end of your dashboard. So over here, let's go to plugins and go to add new. Now right here under search plugins, if you just type in Elementor, you're gonna see a lot of third-party add-ons. There is essential add-ons for Elementor, premium add-ons, royal add-ons, element kits, and then there's also happy add-ons, which is pretty good. Now, to be quite honest, a lot of the top ones I've noticed, once they get really like high up there, they're not as good. I mean, they only offer 40, but the new guys, like the newer add-ons, those guys get more aggressive and they add a lot more features because they want to climb the ranks and they want their stuff being seen. Like for example, I think like some of these free ones right here, like look at this one, 90 free elements for Elementor. I mean, that is a lot of add-ons. Yeah, there's a pro version, but I don't even know what it is. But let me just give you an example of how to use these. So let's just install this one right here, Elements Kit, Elementor add-ons. I'll click on Install Now. And then I'll click on Activate. Now, many of these also have free templates, free widgets. I mean, there is tons of stuff right here. So now you'll see that there's a tab right here that says Elements Kits. And they have like some little setup wizard. Here they have like just all sorts of features, parallax effects. All these right here are pro features. These right here are free. And if you scroll down, these are the free elements. And you guys can actually turn all these on, like a pie chart, social share, a dual button, and these are the Pro elements. And that means you guys will probably have to go to their website and purchase the Pro version. And there's also like third-party integrations. Like here they have one for MailChimp and just so many different forms. I mean, the amount of free stuff that these guys give is like simply incredible. But let's just go ahead and say, all right, we selected those. Next step, you guys can choose to sign up. They have some other stuff here you guys can take a look at. I'm just gonna go ahead and go to next here. Let's keep going to next. I just wanna make sure this all saves really quick. All right, save changes, there we go. There we go, that's what I was looking for. Now let's go ahead and go to our website here and let's turn on the builder. All right, so when I turn on the builder and if I scroll down, you're gonna notice that there's gonna be elements from that specific add-on. So if I keep scrolling, you're gonna see elements kits. And these are new add-ons that you guys can use. So for example, they have a button right here. And their button, it looks a little different. They've modified it in some other ways. For example, we also have here, we gotta close these because I don't wanna keep scrolling down here. So we can, there we go, elements kit. They also have a pie chart. I don't know what that is. Okay, a pie chart, whatever that is here. Put it right there, pie chart. All right, cool. What else they got? They got a dual button. What's a dual button? All right, they got a dual button. Cool, use that. A pricing table. All right, let's use a pricing table. Let's open up a new section here. The pricing table might get a little large, so let's take a look here. Now let's add in the pricing table. Let's see what we got here. Pricing table. All right, maybe duplicate that and duplicate that again. So you guys can see, you guys can modify this, and then they have a bunch of options where you can style it and get all crazy. So you guys can use these add-ons here to just add a little bit more features to your website, just in case you guys wanted to go that route. Now, a lot of these add-ons also have free templates as well. This one does not, I don't think, but sometimes when you turn on the builder here and you go to the new section, a lot of the times a new little circle will pop up. I know for happy add-ons, there is free templates, and also for other plugins, they do also offer free templates. So feel free to go explore Elementor add-ons. There are tons of them, and most of them are free, and they offer some really cool stuff. Now for the best part of this tutorial, I'll be giving you guys a free template you guys can use on your website, and I'll also show you our various template kits that we offer on our websites. Now, me and my team, we spent about 2 years designing all of these templates right here, and all these templates, they come with various pages. They come with like tons of pages, like the facts, about us, agency, gallery, and it also has a blog for all of you bloggers out there. And we offer more than 200 kits on our website. And the great part is, like I mentioned, each of these kits has various pages. So it's not like just the simple 5 boring page website that you guys have probably seen on other various websites. We offer tons of pages for each kit, and we also offer different niches. We offer e-commerce, blog, and also just normal websites. So here's my website, darylwilson.com. And if you guys do want to have access to these templates, here on the top right, you guys can click on Browse Pro Templates. So here's the Elementor Pro template page, and here you guys can see that we have various templates. On the right side, you guys can actually filter based off of specific category. We offer like tons of niches, right? We have business, corporates, we have e-commerce, real estate. I mean, you guys name it, we have it. If you guys want to get a quick preview of any of these, you guys can say, you know what, I like this one right here. Here, you guys can click on Live Demo, and this will give you a live demonstration of the actual kit. And just remember, each of these kits, they all come with pop-ups and also various parts for the theme builder. So they come with like the 404 page. It is the complete package for every single kit. We really push the limits here with these template kits by creating so many, and also creating all of the parts that other companies didn't want to make. Like for example, the theme builder parts, because that is a lot of work, but we wanted to really push the limits here. Now, if you guys do want to purchase these kits, here you guys can click on Get All Access Now. And there's a few different pricing options. So right here, I'll click on Get All Access. Now you guys can purchase each of these individually if you guys want. So we charge $29 for a single kit. If you guys want to subscribe, here we have a $59 a year plan, and you guys will have to renew your subscription every month in order to have access to all the template kits. However, we do also offer a lifetime plan, and I think every company on the internet should offer lifetime, because this is probably one of the best deals here. And once you guys pay this, you guys never have to pay again, and the template kits and all future kits will all be yours. and you guys can come to our website and download them at any time. We also do offer premium support. So if you guys purchase a kit, we'll give you support for up to 6 months. For the annual, we'll give you guys 1 year. And then for lifetime, we'll give you guys a 2-year plan. So that means if you guys have problems uploading this kits, me and my team will personally log in on your server and we will make sure the kit imports correctly on your website. So once you guys pick a plan and you purchase these, you guys can actually go to your account once you go through the checkout process. And it'll look something like this right here. Now here is, for example, we just have one of our template kits. Here on the right side, all you'll have to do is just click on the zip file, and then you're just gonna import this on your website, and everything on the website will propagate automatically. Now, as promised, me and my team, we have created a free template kit for all of you guys. So this is the kit that I was showing you guys throughout the video. It is a little bit modified. I modified it just so it was a little different than the actual demo. So you guys can actually access this free template. There is a link below to download the free Catalyst Business Template Kit, and I'll show you guys how to import this on your website. So right here, I'll go to Add to Cart, and then I'll click on View Cart. Here I'll go click on Proceed to Checkout, and then you'll enter your first name, your email address, you'll agree to the conditions. You guys can choose to subscribe to us. We do send offers sometimes, and then I'll click on Place Order. All right, order completes, and if we scroll down, we will see that we have access to our downloads here. So here is the zip file. I'll go ahead and click on Zip, and I will import this file. Now let's go back to our demo domain. So here is the demo website that we've been working on. Now I'm going to import this template kit onto our website, and it's going to completely erase and override everything, and the new Catalyst kit will replace the old demo website. So let's go over here to Elementor, and then we'll go to Tools. Here you're gonna see Import Export Kits. We are now going to import a template kit. Here, click on Start Import, choose the file, and all you have to do here is just go ahead and add in the zip file and click on Open. And that's it. Now, these template kits, they do require Elementor Pro. So if you guys do not have Elementor Pro, I highly recommend to get it. There is a link below to purchase Elementor Pro if you guys have not taken that final step to purchase Elementor Pro. And on the bottom right, I'll click on Next. Now it's gonna ask me, what do you wanna import? I wanna import everything. So the templates, the content, and also the site settings. Then I'll click on Import. It also says, do you want to import the 404 and the footer? Yes, we will also import the 404 and footer. Now it's going to import the kits. Sometimes it may get an error, and that happens sometimes. If that happens to you guys, just try it again, and it usually works on the second time, but mostly it works on the first time. So just give this process about 1 minute. All right, now you guys will see that our kit is now live on our website. I'll go ahead and close this, and then I'll view the website. And there you go. So now you'll see that the kit has imported. And if we scroll down, you guys will see that everything imported correctly. So if we keep scrolling, you guys will see we have that new section, and the entire website has imported successfully. So that's how you guys can import our kits. Now, there are a few things that you might need to do. You might need to adjust the menu, and you can also apply some of the theme builder parts to your websites. So the first thing is your appearance in the menu. You want to make sure that you actually create your own menu here and you guys apply it. So here under View All Pages, you guys can go ahead now and add all the pages here to the website. There are tons of pages that you imported, so you can just import those, right? And then just add them to the menu, right? I'm sure you guys, you guys know how to do that. And also, go ahead and save this really quick. Also, I will show you guys the theme builder. So over here, templates and theme builder. So here is the 404. You guys can see it right here. So if I click on the 404, you guys will see that this is the current kit. So this one, we can go ahead and trash this. And also make sure to set the conditions. So under edit conditions, you can say, all right, make sure that this is the 404 page. Yeah, if you guys did make a header and footer, it might actually use your previous one. Just check for the other ones that you imported, and they will all be there available in the theme builder. I hope that helps, and have fun with your Elementor template kit. Well, party people, this has been the longest tutorial I have ever recorded. I really do hope this video helped you guys out, and I hope it really helps you on your journey creating websites with Elementor. Well, party people, congratulations on making it to the end of the video. Not many people do, you know, there's only like a 3 to 4% audience retention from the thousands of people who clicked on this video. So if you guys made it this far, congratulations. I really do hope this video brought a lot of value. You know, when I'm making these tutorials, I spent a long time researching stuff, creating outlines, and creating a structured outline that's easy to follow, that also gives you guys good value so you're not stuck watching long videos and not learning anything. So I really do hope that you guys enjoyed this video. If you guys have any questions for me, feel free to let me know in the comments below. And make sure to like this video. You know, I spent a long time making it, all right? And until then, I will see all of you party people in the next video. Congratulations. See you guys later.